Affairs, Mr. Pankaj Tandon, CII, and a number of my friends here, senior representatives of think tanks, directors, diplomats, media, members of the industry, and I can see some members of our delegation which went to Sri Lanka recently. A very warm welcome to the VIF. We are very happy to join hands with NatStrat, the latest of our think tanks in Delhi, headed by Pankaj Saran, and the CII, and the Pathfinder Foundation, our counterpart think tank in Sri Lanka. Bajra Gunatilke and his team is also here from Colombo. It's a great pleasure to organize this event today at the VIF. We are going to discuss in India a report which has been produced by Pathfinder Foundation in collaboration with some others on the prospects of India and Japan joining hands in bringing economic growth, prosperity, stability in Sri Lanka. I think this is a very timely report. We will be discussing the contents of the report in the subsequent sessions. But I want to congratulate Pathfinder for producing this report, and I believe this has already been released in Colombo and is being discussed. And I think it's of great interest to policymakers and to industry. Sri Lanka, of course, is an extremely important country for India, a very close neighbor, historical ties. I think all of us know this very well. And when Sri Lanka went through a very difficult economic crisis recently, India, as a close neighbor, came to the help of the people of Sri Lanka, not out of any motive, but simply because you are close neighbors. And at that time, it was our duty to stand with you. We're very happy that Sri Lanka is now coming out of that crisis, and economic recovery is surely and steadily visible. And I think it will be just a matter of time before Sri Lanka comes out of the crisis. India stands with the people of Sri Lanka in their effort to bring back growth and prosperity. We do want a stable, sovereign, and peaceful Sri Lanka that is integrated with the Indian economy and which is able to benefit from India's growth. Sri Lankan President's recent visit to India is a landmark visit. The two sides came up with a joint vision document focusing on promoting connectivity. The document also provides a clear roadmap for deepening India-Sri Lanka economic partnership. The developments of northern and eastern provinces of Sri Lanka are critical to Sri Lanka's future growth and prosperity. This is something that we have been discussing during our recent visit to Sri Lanka. There are a large number of projects which have been identified, and I think fairly clearly identified. Of course, some more works probably needs to be done to give a little more specificity to that. But it's quite clear to us that implementation is going to be the challenge. And in this, the support of the Sri Lankan government will be vital and essential. We took a delegation of the VIF and the CII to Sri Lanka just last week. We were there for about a week. And Mr. Sunil Uplab who headed the CII part, is here with us, along with some other members of the delegation. Ambassador Ashok Kant was also the member of that delegation from the VIF. And we took an unusual route this time. We first went to Chennai, took a flight to Jaffna, and we stayed in Jaffna, went to Mannar, went to Trincomalee, and then to Colombo before we returned to Delhi. So this was a unique route, not very well traversed by Indian think tanks or Indian industry. During this period, with the help of Sri Lankan government, the High Commissioner here, we had the opportunity to meet Sri Lankan leaders and the business community. And we were given an opportunity to call on President Ranil Wickremesinghe and had in-depth exchange of views with senior ministers, the governors of northern and eastern provinces, as well as Sri Lanka's business community. And we also had interaction with the Pathfinder Foundation. And during our visit, we learned about Sri Lanka's priorities in the development of their economy. They want to develop Trincomalee as an industrial and energy hub. And they are also quite keen to start the ferry services between India and Sri Lanka. And these ferry services, as you know, at one point of time they used to operate and they were discontinued. This will be a game changer. This was the feeling we got in Sri Lanka. They also want to enhance air connectivity. So some air connectivity between Chennai and Jaffna has started. But I think there is a possibility and there is scope for extending this connectivity to Jaffna, but that will require extending the Palali airport runway and making the terminal, etc. And the similar possibilities of setting up air connectivity with other towns in Sri Lanka. And it was very heartening to see that Chennai-Jaffna flight is full for days. It's very difficult to get tickets on that. So there's this popularity. Then there is, of course, renewable energy. Sri Lanka is focusing a lot on that, and they have some future plans. And we visited Mannar, which is blessed with high winds. And already there are about 30 windmills that are operating and generating about 100 megawatts of power. And some Indian investors are also going to invest there. People-to-people connectivity is very important. It used to be there earlier, but it got discontinued. I think there's a great deal of interest today in Jaffna and in Trincomalee to enhance that people-to-people connectivity in all dimensions. Then, of course, there is this task of developing social skills. The governors in Jaffna and Northern Province and Eastern Province, they have made their very good plans, identified sectors, areas, the land parcels, and so many other things they have done. So they are very clear as to where they want their investments, whether it's health or education, because that's extremely important for them, apart from connectivity and the big investment. But social sector is also very important, and I think we should not lose sight of that. And there is a need to approach all these proposals in a holistic way, and perhaps Indian industry needs to adopt a consortium approach, that you don't go with just one project, but you go with a package of projects. And I think the governments also need to encourage that. Now, India and Japan, of course, have a special strategic and global partnership. So it's an independent relationship, a lot of dimensions to it. I'm not going through that. But there is also one dimension which I think we need to work on, and which is that both countries recognize the role of like-minded countries working together to help vulnerable countries and those in distress. So I think this is an agreement at the highest level, and we can use this to forge a partnership between India and Japan and Sri Lanka to see how we can work together in Sri Lanka. So I think that's the purpose of the discussions today. I think the Pathfinder report also has identified areas for cooperation, for trilateral cooperation, and these are very similar to what we heard in Sri Lanka, renewable energy, development of Trincomalee as energy hub, logistics, connectivity, etc. When we do that, of course, we cannot be naive, and the audience here knows very well that economics cannot be divorced from politics, and politics has many dimensions, and it mutually either reinforces or sometimes detracts from each other. So I think while we're working together, we also need to be mindful of the geopolitical undercurrents and the political situation in the region. But the overall, I think there are greater opportunities than challenges. So with these few words, I once again extend a warm welcome to all of you. And I do hope that today's discussions will lead to some fruitful outcomes. But I think the most important outcome, perhaps, of this discussion and similar discussions to follow is a message to the governments, to industry, and to people that India, Japan, and Sri Lanka are serious, and we need to move quickly and take advantage of the opportunities that are there and improve our implementation. So thank you very much. And once again, a warm welcome, and we'll perhaps continue these discussions in some other formats. And now I request Ambassador Pankaj Saran to please conduct it from here on. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Arvind Gupta, Director of VIF, Ambassador Bernard Gunatelike, Chairman of the Pathfinder Foundation, Mr. Rajesh Agarwal, Director of the International Trade Center, Geneva, Mr. Milinda Moragoda, High Commissioner of Sri Lanka, His Excellency Mr. Hiroshi Suzuki, Ambassador of Japan, Mr. Puneet Agarwal, Joint Secretary, Ministry of External Affairs, and Mr. Pankaj Tandon, CII. Excellencies, distinguished heads of organizations, representatives of government, industry, think tanks, strategic experts, media, academia, scholars, and of course, colleagues from Sri Lanka. A very good morning to you, and thank you all for your presence here today. On behalf of NatStrat, I have great pleasure in extending a hearty welcome to all of you to today's event. I also welcome all those who are joining us online, both from Sri Lanka as well as different cities of India. We are delighted by your presence and thank you for taking time out from your busy schedule. In January this year, the Pathfinder Foundation brought out a report which focused on how India, working together with Japan, can contribute to the economic development of Sri Lanka. This was not just an economic blueprint, it was also a strategic blueprint for the future of Sri Lanka at a particularly difficult time for that country. It was a forward-looking and ambitious report. It has identified specific sectors in which the three countries can pool their resources, capabilities, and mutual complementarities for all-round benefit. When Pathfinder approached us to join them in promoting this report in India, we readily agreed. Therefore, I'm very grateful to the Vivekananda International Foundation for agreeing to partner with us in this venture and for all their assistance, as well as to the CII. I'm also very grateful to the Ambassador of Japan for being present here today and to representatives of Japanese industry and media. Today's meeting takes place within 3 weeks of the visit of President Ranil Wickremesinghe to India on 21st July, during which an India-Sri Lanka economic partnership vision at the level of leaders on promoting connectivity, catalyzing prosperity was announced. A delegation of Indian companies led by the VIF under the leadership of Dr. Arvind Gupta has just returned from Sri Lanka a few days ago. Today's event is therefore a logical continuation of this intense engagement of the last few weeks between India and Sri Lanka. Our objective today is twofold: to create awareness of the opportunities that are once again re-emerging for cooperation, and second, to supplement efforts of government and industry on both sides by bringing all stakeholders together at this time of Sri Lanka's reconstruction. The efforts of Sri Lanka to meet its current challenges can be and should be supplemented by international partnerships that are based on good faith, transparency, and are sustainable for Sri Lanka and formulated keeping in mind the best interests of Sri Lanka and its relations with its largest neighbor and friendly development partners such as Japan. I wish to acknowledge today the presence in our midst of some very senior former ambassadors, including I want to thank particularly Sri Sujan Chinoy, Director General of the MP-IDSA for his presence. He has been a strong advocate of India-Japan relations as India's ambassador to Japan. I also wish to thank Ambassadors Deepa Wadhwa, also India's former ambassador to Japan, Ambassador Mohan Kumar and Ambassador Ashok Kant, as well as Admiral Pradeep Chauhan, who is the Director General of the National Maritime Foundation. And of course, I actually started by saying I would like to thank Mr. Yash Sinha, the Chief Information Commissioner of India, who played a critical role in reaching out to the Pathfinder Foundation as High Commissioner of India to Sri Lanka. And many of the projects that are being discussed today owe their origins to his efforts. So a special welcome to Mr. Yash Sinha, who, as the Chief Information Commissioner of India, has taken time out to attend this event. Thank you so much. We hope that today's events will lead to productive discussions and contribute towards fast-tracking the key projects and ideas that have been identified in the Pathfinder report. So with these words, I thank all of you, and I would now like to invite for the opening session the speakers on the podium. I would like to begin with Dr. Arvind Gupta, Director VIF. Would you like to come and join us? Would you? Okay. Ambassador Bernard Gonatelike, Chairman of the Pathfinder Foundation, Mr. Rajesh Agarwal, Mr. Hiroshi Suzuki, Mr. Melinda Moragoda, Mr. Puneet Agarwal, and Mr. Pankaj Tandon. Can I invite all you gentlemen to please join us on the stage? Up. May I request first the first speaker, Ambassador Bernard Gonatelike, Chairman of the Pathfinder Foundation, to please give his remarks. You're welcome to speak from here or from the podium.
Thank you. Ambassador Pankaj Saran, Dr. Arvind Gupta, Mr. Pankaj Tandon, Mr. Puneet Agrawal, Ambassador Hiroshi Suzuki, High Commissioner Melinda Moragoda, Mr. Rajesh Agrawal, and distinguished participants. Thank you all for your presence at today's meeting and your interest in Sri Lanka. As the political and economic disaster was unraveling in Sri Lanka last year, Pathfinder Foundation, supported by a group of Sri Lankan economists of international repute, released a report in February, that was last year, 2022, entitled Recommendation for Sri Lanka, Debt Restructuring and Bridge Financing for Humanitarian Purposes. The report presented a grim prospects for the country unless urgent action were taken to address the situation, and encouraged the government to give priority to debt restructuring measures. However, the government was slow to understand the magnitude of the evolving crisis due to long-term mismanagement of the economy and mistaken belief that a homegrown remedy could be found. The political and social upheaval that followed became necessary for the political leadership to realize the the gravity of the situation and reached the IMF. After a lengthy negotiation, an arrangement under the extended fund facility to provide US dollars 2.9 billion was eventually agreed in September 2022. Meanwhile, the Pathfinder Foundation was requested to focus on a medium and long-term strategy to support the economy of Sri Lanka. One might ask about the rationale behind seeking the support of India and Japan to address the medium and long-term recovery of our economy. India is the closest neighbor of Sri Lanka with multifaceted ties going back to many centuries. India's interest in the welfare of the country and its people was evident in granting a generous credit line and other facilities to a tune of almost 44 billion US dollars. Likewise, Japan has been a country which had generously supported Sri Lanka over the past several decades. Both countries possess the capabilities to provide medium and long-term support to turn around Sri Lanka's economy. Prime Minister Kishida Fumio's choice of New Delhi to make a landmark foreign policy statement in March this year demonstrate the close relationship between New Delhi and Tokyo. Looking at the impressive economic trajectory of India and the prominent role played by Japan in the international economic sphere, Pathfinder was confident that jointly the two countries could contribute to the revival of Sri Lanka's economy. The report covers four broad areas, two of which are related to power and energy sectors. The third covers logistics and connectivity, and the fourth, people-to-people contact that include tourism, education, training, and skills development. These sectors are crucially important to revitalize Sri Lanka's economy. In compiling the report, Pathfinder Foundation received support from several fronts. On the Indian side, the research and information system for developing countries played an important role, and Professor Hobo, former Japanese ambassador to Sri Lanka, also played an equally important role. A panel of experts well versed in the four specific disciplines helped to develop the report, and I'm happy to note that some of them are taking part in today's event virtually from Colombo. I must extend the appreciation of Pathfinder Foundation to Ambassador Pankaj Saran of NATSAT, who took the responsibility of organizing this event in New Delhi. Our appreciation also goes to Dr. Arvind Gupta of the Vivekananda International Foundation and also the Confederation of Indian Industry for contributing their support for today's event. Ambassador Nobuhito Hobo has been a tower of help and strength to the foundation, and the presence of His Excellency Hiroshi Suzuki, Ambassador of Japan, demonstrate this, their interest in Sri Lanka. I would also like to express our appreciation to Mr. Rajesh Agrawal of ITC for helping the Pathfinder Foundation in many ways. In conclusion, I am confident that this meeting will result in laying a firm foundation for medium and long-term economic transformation of Sri Lanka through joint collaboration involving India and Japan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ambassador Gunathilake, for your remarks. May I now request and invite Mr. Rajesh Agarwal from the ITC Geneva to please share his remarks.
Ambassador Saran, Dr. Arvind Gupta, Ambassador Bernard Gunathilake, His Excellency Mr. Milinda Margoda, High Commissioner of Sri Lanka, His Excellency Ambassador Hiroshi Suzuki of Japan, Mr. Puneet Agarwal and Mr. Pankaj Tandon. Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the International Trade Center, it's my great pleasure to be invited to participate in the launch of this event on this report on a medium and long-term strategy for Indo-Japanese collaboration to support the economic transformation of Sri Lanka. I would like to congratulate the authors and contributors to the report for producing a very comprehensive, relevant, and targeted analysis with concrete recommendations. Now, this is an occasion for me to share with you the support that my organization, International Trade Center, which is a joint technical assistance agency of the United Nations and the World Trade Organization, has provided over the years to Sri Lanka in areas relevant to the report under consideration today. Now, these areas are basically on policy and regulatory reform, which are absolutely essential to complement the development of hard infrastructure, which this report essentially focuses on. Now, ITC has been actively contributing to trade policy and trade facilitation reforms underway for many years in Sri Lanka. Recently, from 2016 to 2021, ITC implemented a program aimed at creating a conducive business environment to these reforms while supporting the SME sector development. Now, key accomplishments included the formulation of national export strategy and inputs for drafting Sri Lanka's proposed new industrial development strategy. Now, a key aspect of this approach is the coherence between investment, trade, policies to achieve the national objective of industrial development. Now, trade, investment, and sustainable development policies are increasingly encompassing elements such as digitalization and green growth through technological upgradation, which is contributing to economic diversification. The recommendations made on new industrial development strategy for Sri Lanka, which I understand is under active consideration of the government of Sri Lanka, are aligned with the recommendations made in this report, which cuts across sectors such as renewable energy, training and skill development, tourism, and people-to-people relationships in certain economic transformation. Now, ITC's subsequent work on trade facilitation focused on digitization and automation of processes. And these initiatives, I'm very happy to report, were launched by His Excellency President Vikramasinghe 2 days ago. And I went to Sri Lanka for that event, and I'm traveling from there to this, specifically for the launch of this report. And I'm happy to report that digitization initiatives have yielded impressive benefits, with over 950 companies utilizing the electronic certificate of origin system at the Department of Commerce, which has reduced the processing time by impressive 93%, resulting in substantial cost and carbon footprint reduction. Now, it will be amiss on my part if I don't mention that during these, digitization measures, India played a great role. In fact, it agreed to officially recognize electronically transmitted certificates of origin under the India-Sri Lanka Free Trade Agreement starting from March 2023 this year. Now, taking this as a precedent, the Sri Lankan Department of Commerce is actively engaging with other countries, hoping that Sri Lanka will soon be able to electronically transmit certificates of origin to other trading partners as well. Now, ITC also supported Sri Lanka, putting in place the legislation and the regulatory guidelines to facilitate e-commerce, such as data protection, consumer protection, and cybersecurity. In fact, Sri Lanka became the first country in South Asia to adopt comprehensive data protection legislation. All these areas require policies that create conducive business environment. And in this respect, ITC also worked with the Board of Investment to undertake a comprehensive analysis of Sri Lanka's obligations under international investment treaties and in current domestic legal framework applicable to the foreign investment. And our intention is to continue doing work in these areas and to support Sri Lanka's development. An illustrative list of activities that I refer to today are aligned to the findings and recommendations of this report on the medium and long-term strategy for Indo-Japanese collaboration to support economic transformation of Sri Lanka. And we hope that the technical sessions undertaken today on the ongoing and proposed future initiatives to support a sustainable and inclusive economic transformation will yield useful results for Sri Lanka's economic growth. Finally, we would like to extend our gratitude to the Pathfinder Foundation for undertaking the study along with the Government of India and Japan, and we hope to collaborate to further support the economic transformation of Sri Lanka in the future. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Agarwal, for your comments. I would now request His Excellency, Mr. Hiroshi Suzuki, the Ambassador of Japan, to please share his views with us.
Ambassador Pankaj Saran, convener NATSTRA, Dr. Arvindo Gupta, Director, Vivekananda International Foundation, Ambassador Bernard Gunitikel, Chairman, Pathfinder Foundation, Mr. Rajesh Agarwal, Director of Market Development, ITC, His Excellency Milinda Moragoda, High Commissioner of Sri Lanka, Mr. Panid Agarwal, Joint Secretary, MEA, Mr. Pankaj Tandon, Joint MD and CEO, Jackson Limited, member of CII, distinguished speakers and panelists, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and of course, friends. I am honored to be invited to this event on India, Sri Lanka, Japan Trilateral Cooperation. First, I'd like to pay my respect to the co-hosts, the NATSTRAT, VIF, Pathfinder Foundation, CII, for organizing such a wonderful event. And I also pay my deep appreciation to the report which Pathfinder was instrumental in compiling, the medium and long-term strategy for Indo-Japanese collaboration to support economic transformation in Sri Lanka. Please note it's economic transformation in Sri Lanka. Now, looking back on the relationship between Japan and Sri Lanka, when I was a small child, we learned in school textbook that Finance Minister Jayawarden, who took part in San Francisco Peace Conference in 1951, he said in his remarks, "Hatred ceases not by hatred, but by love." So in my generation, all Japanese people know this. So that's part of the reason why Sri Lanka is so close to so many Japanese people. And then Finance Minister, or the representative of Sri Lanka, Minister Jayawardena, he went on and said essentially to the effect, Sri Lanka stands ready to give up all the claims for compensation. And this was instrumental in making a major, in establishing a clear orientation in that regard. Now, and of course, after San Francisco Peace Treaty came into force in 1952, Japan and Sri Lanka established its diplomatic relations. Now, nearly 20 years afterwards, Japan hosted Tokyo Conference on reconstruction development of Sri Lanka. This was a major endeavor on the part of Japan to help assist Sri Lanka in its reconstruction and development efforts. Mr. Yasushi Akashi, who was deeply involved in Sri Lankan reconstruction, he and I share the same alma mater. So after these conferences, from time to time, whenever I met him, he spoke so passionately about the future of Sri Lanka. Now, in 2014, I planned Prime Minister Shinzo Abe's visit to Sri Lanka. I served him for 7.5 years as private secretary for diplomacy. And this visit was long overdue. It was the first visit by the Japanese Prime Minister in 24 years. So I still vividly remember what kind of enthusiastic reception he received. And indeed, it was a milestone in Japan-Sri Lanka bilateral relationship. Now, last year, Japan and Sri Lanka celebrated 70th anniversary of its diplomatic relations. And President Wickremesinghe, he visited Japan twice after within a span of just 1 year since his taking office. He came to Japan in September last year and also in May this year, twice within 1 year. So when Prime Minister Kishida visited Delhi and gave an address on the new plan of free and open Indo-Pacific, or FOIP in short, he highlighted South Asia as one of the major pillars, one of the priority regions in his new plan. And Japan attaches primary importance in its relations with Sri Lanka and India as indispensable partners in order to realize the vision of FOIP. Today, I am sure that in the subsequent many sessions, distinguished panelists, speakers, wise men, and women, they will all talk about key areas which will be indispensable in transforming Sri Lanka's economy, such as investment opportunities, renewable energy, Trincomalee being an energy and industrial hub, logistics and connectivity, people-to-people contact, tourism, education, training, and skills development. These are all important areas. So for my remarks, I will talk about something else. This is something which solidifies the very foundation to enable all those key areas to flourish and hence to transform Sri Lankan economy. And by that, of course, I mean debt restructuring of Sri Lanka. Development finance has been a major challenge for the Indo-Pacific region, and in fact, beyond. And in the Indo-Pacific region, there is a huge demand for development finance. Japan has been taking the position which attaches highest priority on transparent and fair developmental assistance, development finance, which abides by international rules and standards. More concretely, Japan has been pushing forward what is called quality infrastructure principles, which were indeed agreed upon by all the leaders of the G20 presidents, prime ministers, when they gathered for Osaka G20 summit back in 2019. And this quality infrastructure principles attaches importance on 4 major aspects. One, transparency. Second, openness. Third, economic viability. And fourth, but not in the least, debt sustainability. So these are the four key items that Japan feels vitally important in providing quality infrastructure and viable development assistance. Likewise, in terms of debt relief, Japan attaches importance to international rules and standards. Actually, we place highest priority on transparent and equitable debt restructuring, where all creditor entities, creditors' countries, creditors' organizations participate. So if you remember anything from my remarks today, please remember the principle of comparability. Comparability means equitable treatment among all creditors. So I will take you through to the developments which happened so quickly within a span of just this year, beginning from January. In January, India issued financing assurances. And this was really instrumental in accelerating the process of Sri Lanka's debt restructuring, which followed. So Japan values India's positive and constructive role in a very, very high way. We really appreciate India's engagement and forward-looking approach on this issue. So as I mentioned, in March this year, Prime Minister Kishida visited India, and Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Kishida discussed and reaffirmed the two countries' close collaboration on advancing the issue of Sri Lanka's debt restructuring. So, of course, India's financing assurances played a key role in enabling these two leaders to move forward. In the same month of March, IMF authorized extended fund facility for Sri Lanka, what is called EFF. So this was a major development on the part of the IMF. And the next month, in April, Japan, India, and France joined hands in announcing that they will establish official creditors committee, and they will become co-chairs. So this means Japan, India, and France are in the lead as co-chairs in leading the group of creditors for Sri Lanka's debt restructuring. And in fact, the first debt restructuring meeting was convened in May. And just last month in July, Sri Lankan government had passed through Sri Lanka Parliament its plans on domestic debt restructuring plan. So you can see debt restructuring is moving forward, both on international fronts and on domestic fronts in Sri Lanka. So these international and domestic plans go in tandem, and they reinforce each other to enable the entire plan of debt restructuring credible. Actually, IMF believes that such Sri Lanka's government's plan is credible, and experts are now really looking into the details. So it was only natural when Japanese Foreign Minister Hayashi visited Sri Lanka in July that he reconfirmed Japan's close cooperation in pushing forward this key issue of debt restructuring with President Wickremesinghe and Foreign Minister Sali, among other leaders. So throughout this process, Japan's position is principles are important. Principle of transparency and principle of comparability. Because if one country is favored over another, then the entire debt restructuring scheme would fall apart. And President Wickremesinghe, he has made it public that Sri Lankan government will never treat any country or any organization more favorable than other presidents. And Japan highly appreciates this public commitment that President Wickremesinghe made. Crystal clear. So if we succeed, and I hope we will succeed, through close collaboration between Japan, Sri Lanka, and India, we can make a great success story because Sri Lanka is not an LDC, it's a middle income country. And this debt restructuring is the first case where international committee comes together to help a middle income country like Sri Lanka from its debt. So if we can pull this off, and I hope we can do this, and so many experts are saying that hopefully by the end of this year, this we will see the end of the tunnel for the debt restructuring challenge. I hope we'll make history in making the very first presidents in making this kind of challenge a reality. So all in all, so based on this very promising future, I hope today many distinguished speakers, panelists, you will all discuss on what kind of future is waiting for Sri Lanka. The many key sectors that I mentioned before. And I really hope that this year really, in hindsight, will mark the very first year of Sri Lanka's real economic recovery and a phenomenal development for years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ambassador Suzuki, for those very, very comprehensive and insightful remarks, a lot of food for thought. May I now call upon His Excellency Mr. Milinda Morakoda, High Commissioner of Sri Lanka, to please share his views with us.
Thank you, Ambassador Saran. There are many friends in the audience. I know it's Yassin, Professor Mohan Kumar, Ambassador Ashok Kant, all people, I think, who have contributed to this particular outcome through the years. Speaking towards the end, I think there is limited ground for me to cover, but the first part of it, I think, should be a vote of thanks. The context that Ambassador Saran and Dr. Arvind Gupta came together to take this initiative forward in India. And we appreciate it very much, and we hope you will continue to be engaged, because I know you have many activities going on and competing, I'm sure, diversions. So we hope that you will continue to stay engaged. I would also like to thank the CII and the ITC for the involvement. Of course, to the Pathfinder team led by Bernard Gunatilaka and Daya Silva, they worked extremely hard in taking this process forward. Sometimes I think they were discouraged as well because it was involved a lot of work. And I must thank Ambassador Hiroshi Suzuki for taking this personal interest. I know from the beginning you were interested in this project, and I think that manifested itself even in your speech. And of course, Ambassador Mitsukoshi Hideaki in Colombo, he gave so much support. And I think both of you are from the same batch in the foreign service, so that also worked to our benefit because I think there was close coordination. And of course, Ambassador Hobo, I see you there. I hope you can hear me. He basically, to use the American word, quarterbacked the exercise from Japan. There was Professor Shinji Asanuma, Professor Kohama, and others in his team. And I think Ambassador Hobo's commitment, dedication, and his relentless focus on this made a big difference. And of course, Joint Secretary Punit Agarwal and High Commissioner Gopal Bagle, who also supported it. And of course, Punit Agarwal is Mr. Sri Lanka, so he will, I'm sure, make his contribution. And I think we also need to mention Ambassador Professor Mohan Kumar's role at the beginning. I think you, in your capacity at RIIS, you helped to give this guidance and steer. So it was really a joint effort, and I hope there would be continuity in this, that we can take it forward. I think, as Ambassador Pankaj Saran said, this is an opportune moment. The visit was a landmark visit, as you mentioned. I think Dr. Gupta mentioned it, that it was a landmark visit. Basically, the President's visit, I think, sets a base for this journey. The joint statement works out the framework. The joint statement was entitled Promoting Connectivity, Catalyzing Prosperity, India-Sri Lanka Economic Partnership Vision. I think it's self-explanatory. And along with it, there was the agreement signed. One was on cooperation on renewable energy, which includes the possibility of the cable link between India and Sri Lanka for power, and also a focus on renewable energy. Then an MOC on economic development projects in Trincomalee, the idea of making Trincomalee into an energy hub. Then an agreement to facilitate universal payment interface-enabled apps and cooperation in that particular area. And largely dairy cooperation. So there is a framework. And I think if you were to break this down, there is connectivity. That's the first, the physical connectivity aspect, air, sea connectivity, air connectivity, then the cable, an oil pipeline between Trincomalee and India, and maybe even a pipeline along the west coast of Sri Lanka, ports, linkages with ports, airports, and even what seems to be an impossible vision of an aspirational goal of a land bridge connecting India and Sri Lanka. So that would be one frame, an area that we need to look at investment in. The other is economic integration. There we are looking at enhancing the present free trade agreement, negotiations in that regard. The Prime Minister himself announced that talks would begin. And also the whole idea of the universal payment interface, rupee trade, rupee payments, so on and so forth. The last area would be investment. And there are potential to participate in privatizations and possibility of engaging, also getting involved in greenfield investments. Now, if you envisage this whole package, it goes into billions of dollars if you look at it that way. And I don't think Indian private sector alone could do this. There needs to be a partnership. And that is what I think we are discussing today. Because one of the decisions that came out of the discussions between the two leaders would be this would be private sector led. And that in that context, I think your visit, Dr. Gupta, also to Colombo, to Sri Lanka, taking a private sector delegation sends the right signal. I think both leaders felt government would catalyze, private sector would lead the investment. So if we can now bring Japan into this in some way and work together, I think that should be the way forward. Because that will really be the right fit, the ideal fit, and it could also serve as a template for other regions as well. Now, of course, Ambassador Suzuki mentioned the frame. I think our policy is aligned with yours. The President has been very clear on as far as debt restructuring is concerned, what the parameters should be. So if we can get over that hurdle, as you mentioned, I think we are ready for business. But the next stage has to be to build the confidence. Sorry, Alok, I missed you also. So we have a full team here. The way forward, I think, is the next phase has to be to try to build confidence in the private sector. That is also required, because I don't think government can do this alone, as I mentioned. Government can catalyze policies. Decision making has to be speeded up. I think Dr. Gupta mentioned that the need for quick decision making or implementation, as you mentioned it. But finally, the private sectors of Japan, Sri Lanka, and India have to work together. And I hope in these conversations and discussions, that aspect can also be taken into consideration. How do we build that confidence? I know there are some private sector representatives from Sri Lanka as well here. And I think on the Indian side, also there are representatives. I think that becomes key, because otherwise walking the talk could be challenging. Anyway, thank you again for inviting me, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, High Commissioner Moragoda, for your comments. And in a sense, you have actually grandfathered not just the report, but also Pathfinder Foundation itself. So your contribution is most valuable, and thank you for that. I would now like to invite Mr. Puneet Agarwal from the External Affairs Ministry to share some views. Puneet.
Good morning, Dr. Arvind Gupta, Ambassador Saran, Ambassador Moragoda, Ambassador Suzuki, Ambassador Gunateleke, Shri Rajesh Agrawal, Ambassador Sinha, Ambassador Mohan Kumar, Ambassador Wadhwa, Ambassador Ashokan, and many others who are here. It's a great pleasure for me to be present here, and I would like to thank the organizers for putting together this distinguished panel. The theme of this event is very apt and timely. We just had a very successful visit of the President of Sri Lanka last month, which was followed by a visit of the Japanese Foreign Minister to both India and Sri Lanka. One of the significant outcomes of the visit was a comprehensive document which encapsulated the vision of the leaders of the two countries for a long-term India-Sri Lanka economic partnership. Additionally, a MOU on developing renewable energy in Sri Lanka, along with establishing power grid interconnection between India and Sri Lanka, was signed during the visit. Trincomalee district was identified as a potential hub for industry, energy, and renewable energy cooperation, showcasing the commitment to foster economic growth and cooperation between our countries. Connectivity lies at the core of India's approach to economic revival of Sri Lanka. To this end, the vision document released during the visit of the President of Sri Lanka encompasses multiple dimensions of connectivity, including maritime and air connectivity, energy and power trade, financial and digital connectivity, and people-to-people engagement. In terms of maritime connectivity, we are focused on resumption of passenger ferry services between India and Sri Lanka. In this regard, both sides are looking at connecting Nagapattinam in India and Kankesanthurai in Sri Lanka in the immediate future. In addition to regular flights between Colombo and major capitals in India, Jaffna and Chennai are currently connected through daily flights. We are also exploring air connectivity from southern India to Trincomalee, Batticaloa, and other destinations in Sri Lanka. Energy and power connectivity, especially in the field of sustainable and renewable energy, has been an area of focus for both countries. As Sri Lanka seeks to diversify its energy sources and reduce dependence on fossil fuels, India's expertise and commitment to clean energy will provide invaluable support. Through our efforts, we can accelerate the transition towards a greener and more sustainable Sri Lanka. In this area, Indian projects such as Sampur Solar Power Project will contribute to an idea of a cleaner and greener future for Sri Lanka. We are also exploring initiatives in the areas of green hydrogen and green ammonia through the use of innovative technologies with an aim to increase the renewable energy mix in power generation in Sri Lanka. With India's advancements in the IT sector, we seek to enhance digital connectivity in Sri Lanka. This will not only boost e-commerce and financial inclusion, but also empower Sri Lanka's youth with skills for the digital age, creating a knowledge-based economy. To this end, an agreement was recently reached between NPCI International and Lanka Pay on UPI-based digital payments. This is a leap forward in digital fintech connectivity between the two nations. Once this is operationalized, it would facilitate tourism, ease payment flow mechanisms, and enhance digital public infrastructure. Another key area is promoting people-to-people exchanges. Cultural ties between India and Sri Lanka are centuries old, and we intend to leverage this shared heritage to foster deeper understanding and friendship among our citizens. Promotion of the Buddhist circuit and Ramayana trail, exchange programs between educational institutions, scholarships, and cultural events have not only strengthened the bonds between our nations, but also promoted a sense of regional solidarity. Japan is a reliable partner for India as well as for Sri Lanka. There are immense potential and opportunities for us to work together in advancing cooperation in areas of common interest. Some projects in Sri Lanka, which were to be executed jointly by India and Japan, did not progress due to several reasons, but that should not deter us in exploring new cooperation. India and Japan share a vision of open, free, and inclusive Indo-Pacific, which is of relevance to all countries in the region, including Sri Lanka. India, Japan, France co-chairing the Debt Restructuring Committee, where we hope to reach an agreement on a transparent and equitable debt restructuring that involves all creditor countries. India and Japan have worked jointly or in close coordination in our neighborhood, and the same could be replicated in Sri Lanka. India and Japan bring in different strengths to our developmental partners, and our collective impact can be more than the sum of parts if we coordinate well. India and Japan could synergize their unique advantages vis-a-vis Sri Lanka, be it locational or geographical proximity, large market, economic opportunities, technical advancement, manufacturing and industrial expansion, among others, and can play a complementary role in forging new trilateral cooperation that will be beneficial to all the three countries as well as to the region. As Sri Lanka recoups from the economic difficulties and charts a new trajectory of sustainable and stable economic growth, Sri Lanka needs trustworthy partners which bring in investments that are transparent and process-oriented. This could be fulfilled by India and Japan, either individually or jointly. With Sri Lanka assuming the chairmanship of IORA, India, along with Japan, who is a dialogue partner, can work closely to further our common objectives of peace, security, and cooperation in the Indian Ocean region. I once again thank the organizers and wish them all the success for this event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Puneet, for your remarks. Very sagacious and very pointed remarks, which I think are going to set the tone for the rest of the day. So thank you so much. I would now like to invite Mr. Pankaj Tandon, Joint Managing Director and CEO of Jackson Limited, and also a member of the CII, to please share his views.
Thank you. His Excellency Hiroshi Suzuki, Ambassador of Japan, His Excellency Ms. Melinda Morogoda, High Commissioner of Sri Lanka and India, Mr. Puneet Agrawal, Joint Secretary, Ministry of External Affairs, IOR, Government of India, Ambassador Pankaj Sir, Convener NATSTRAT, Dr. Arvind Gupta, Director VIF, Ambassador Bernard Gunatilake, Chairman Pathfinder Foundation, Mr. Rajesh Agarwal, Director of Market Development ITC, friends from Indian industry, ladies and gentlemen, all ex-ambassadors, distinguished members of industry, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody who is present virtually here. Good morning to you all. It's my privilege and honor to stand before you and extend a heartfelt thanks at the conclusion of this inaugural session. It has been my privilege to work on projects which were funded by Japan through JICA in South Asia, including Bangladesh and Sri Lanka. So I understand the importance of development finance in taking up the projects of infrastructure and national development. If we just summarize the session, what distinguished speakers have been sharing, I start with Mr. Ambassador Bernard Guniteleke, and you gave inputs on pathfinding work of Pathfinder Foundation, and which started, I have the privilege of going to Sri Lanka with VIF a few years ago, and General Sahni was there in that delegation, and CIA delegation was also. So there has been a long work which has been happening, and thank you for sharing the latest developments. Dr. Rajesh Agrawal on the work of ITC, investment trade policy, and renewable sector, digitization, and the importance of e-commerce, inter-country digital exchange of documents. I think the reduction of time, especially important for all the industry. Ambassador Hiroshi Suzuki, your keywords of equitable, transparency, and importance of India, Sri Lanka in the Indo-Pacific Forum, and how the development finance works and how it is critical for far-reaching development of nations. And we have seen how Japan has been working with Bay of Bengal initiative, in Southeast Asia initiative, and now coming together with India and France for reconstruction of Sri Lanka. Then His Excellency Ms. Melinda Moragora, when you decoded the framework of cooperation between India and Sri Lanka through connectivity, economic integration, investment, and your candid remark on importance of confidence in private sector for whatever policy, whatever work at strategic government level happens, unless the industry has the confidence in investing, in taking the projects, the result, the manifestation will happen there. Mr. Puneet Agrawal, when you share the information of cooperation between Government of India and Sri Lanka through different modes of connectivity, namely maritime, air connectivity, energy, power, financial connectivity, people-to-people connectivity, and which are the key all-round development prerequisites. As we have discussed, CIA delegation has visited Jaffna, Trincomalee, Mannar, Colombo, met key stakeholders in Sri Lanka to understand and explore business opportunities. My friend Sunil Uplav is here. He runs a very successful company which works in South Asia, and he led the delegation to Sri Lanka. He will well more later. We feel confident here from CII that the insights and ideas shared in this event will lead to concrete outcomes. Going forward, we as an industry are committed to further intensify our interactions and engagements with businesses of Sri Lanka. Thank you very much and have a wonderful day. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Tandon, for telling us how industry views the whole subject of our discussion. So with that, we have come to the end of the opening session. I will just say that my impression, but before I do that, I just also want to recognize Ambassador Alok Prasad, who is a unique, his presence here is very unique because he's been India's ambassador both to Sri Lanka and to Japan. And maybe therefore he was the whole inspiration behind what we are doing today. So thank you very much for coming, sir. I think the discussions have set the stage for a very, very packed session or sessions ahead of us. We have very rich panels, and we look forward to interactive discussions between the panelists, the online participants, and the members of the audience, especially from industry. In my opinion, this is perhaps the most important outreach that Pathfinder will have, and its report will have for its report. And it's a unique event because it brings together strategic experts and thinkers with private sector and private industry. And this is a rather rare combination of people. We hope that in the panels we'll go now into specifics. Clearly, the economic integration of India and Sri Lanka is critical for both countries. And I think because of everything that has been said, this is an opportune time to look again at each other after the events of the last few years and to utilize and harness this window of opportunity that we have today. And I hope that we, in our own small way as NatStrat, can contribute to what should become a flourishing partnership between India and Sri Lanka. With regard to Japan, it's quite amazing also the distance we have traveled, not just in terms of a bilateral relationship between India and Japan, where I think the sky is the limit actually, both in the bilateral context as well as in the regional context, but also because Japan is emerging as a partner of choice for more and more countries. And apart from Sri Lanka, I think the other initiative that is also moving forward is the India-Japan-Bangladesh initiative. So we have a situation where Japan is actually being pulled into the Indian subcontinent and into the region. So with these words, we had a tea break of 10 minutes. We are out of time, so may I request we cut it down to 7 minutes and come back immediately to continue the session. Thank you very, very much, gentlemen, thank you so much. We would like to start the next session, which is what is related to introducing the report. And here we have, I hope online is there, everyone is there. So we have two speakers, Mr. Dr. Dayaratna Silva, Executive Director of Pathfinder Foundation, and Mr. Prasenjit Vijayathalika, Executive Director of the Board of Investment of Sri Lanka. So and of course we have Mr. Sunil Uplab, who's from CII. Yeah, thanks. I'll have this. So please, we're just waiting for everyone to come. So because we are running out of time, we just compress it a little bit. Huh? Just wait 2 minutes.
Just 3-4 slides. That's all. Just already.
Yes, that's right.
What I will do in a slight departure from the program, I will request first Ambassador Alok Prasad to just say a few words, and Ambassador Yash Sinha to say a few words, just to greetings. And please keep sitting here. I'll just call them, and then we will begin, and we can compress your presentation. So, can I request Ambassador Alok Prasad, please, to just a few words of impressions and guidance for the future?
Thank you so much, Pankaj, and it gives me great pleasure to be here for several reasons. First of all, these are all organizations that I have worked with very closely at one point or another, be it VIF, Pathfinder Foundation, CII, and of course now Pankaj's initiative, Quest. It's also good to be here at a time when, after the very difficult period that Sri Lanka has gone through, and the people of Sri Lanka have gone through, we are now hopefully entering a somewhat different phase of the stabilization having been achieved and being able to think of longer term recovery and growth. Of course, I'm very, very happy that India played such a major part in bringing about that stabilization, bringing about the funds which led to the IMF program, and which will now hopefully lead to a full recovery of the Sri Lankan economy. As Pankaj mentioned, I've had the good fortune of having served both in Sri Lanka and in Japan, and I really cannot think of, two countries better suited than India and Japan to work together and help out another close neighbor with which both India and Japan share very close relations. I think there is a lot to be done together and will need to be done together I mentioned to some of our colleagues here that many of the projects and proposals that we are talking about today were also being discussed about 10 or 12 years ago. So it's hopefully with the private sectors involved, with the efforts of both India and Japan involved, some of these we begin seeing the light of day, and we'll see better times for Sri Lanka, for India and Japan. Thank you very much.
Can I request Ambassador Yash Sinha to please also say a few words, and then we'll begin the session. Yash.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Pankaj, for asking me to say a few words. I think our senior colleagues, Ambassador Lok Prasad and High Commissioner Ashok Kant he's going to be moderating a session, so I don't think I should take more of your time, but I'm delighted to be present here because the MOU between Pathfinder and the VIF was signed when I was in Colombo, and I remember General Vij's delegation. I think some people who are present here were part of that delegation. And of course, High Commissioner Morogoda was at that time the founder, the patron of the Pathfinder Foundation. So I'm delighted to see that the VIF and Pathfinder are working together. As far as Japan is concerned, unfortunately, I've only been to Japan once. I wish I could go more often. I think I will. But what is important, I remember, was one of the projects that India and Japan were working together with Sri Lanka was the East Terminal. You all heard about the East Terminal of the Colombo port. At that time, Mr. Adani was not the partner. I think the Tata Group were interested, and the NYK of Japan was actually one of the partners for that project at that point of time. It was still in a very incipient stage, and I see that Ambassador Hobo, who's present here, was my colleague and counterpart there, and we worked to try and get that going. I left soon after, and then, of course, you know what happened as regards the East Terminal. But I'm delighted to see that India and Japan are working together. As High Commissioner Lok Prasad said, some of these projects have been conceptualized for a long time, but I'm glad to see that the three countries are working together in very important areas, whether it's renewable energy, connectivity, power, etc. I think these are areas where India and Japan, with their complementary strengths, and of course Sri Lanka, as the host country, can work together for the benefit of everyone, really, for India, for South Asia, and I think for the entire region. So I'm very happy to see that VIF has taken this initiative along with NatStrat and Ambassador Pankaj Saran, a very dynamic convener of NatStrat. I'm sure he's going to invite me for more events to participate in. But thank you so much. It's been a real pleasure being here. And if you don't mind, I must hear one session and then I will make a hasty retreat because I have to get back to my current occupation for a few months. But thank you so much for inviting me.
Thank you, Ambassador Yash Sinha. We are waiting for you to finish with your current preoccupations and return back to your home turf, which is the strategic world. But let me now request the panel to begin. Because of time, may I request you to please compress. And Mr. Dr. Dairat Silva, please.
Good morning to everybody. Ambassador Pankaj Saran, Dr. Arvind Gupta, Ambassador Gunatilaka, and my friend from ITC, Mr. Rajesh Agrawal. First, let me sincerely thank NatStrat, VIF, and CIA for collaborating with the Pathfinder Foundation to launch this report in New Delhi. As we witnessed today, this joint effort is an incredible success, attracting many stakeholders, policymakers, trade chambers, industrialists, and potential investors. Now, the objective of this event is well expressed. The main key task of this exercise is to interact with our Indian stakeholders to identify concrete projects as to implement a recommendation of the report. The task assigned to me is to introduce the 120-page report, but time is not limited, it's not sufficient. But already during the opening session, many speakers alluded to as to what content in the report's structure and the importance of the triangular cooperation. Now, what was really required at this stage is rebuilding the Sri Lankan economy. How to rebuild the Sri Lankan economy? This was the main thrust of the report. It's identified four major sectors already mentioned during the opening session: low carbon power generation and development of Trincomalee as the many multi-economic activities and logistic. It is important Sri Lanka at this stage to integrate it into the world economy successfully. So without logistic and connectivity, this objective cannot be achieved. And finally, the people-to-people contact. Now, practically, what we witnessed during the crisis is the energy security. Without the energy security, no economic activity or no dynamic sector can survive. This was well articulated in the report, and without proper infrastructure, logistic connectivity, which is country was really promoting during the last decade or so, but this report come up with a very clear set of recommendations. Finally, people-to-people connectivity. I'm not going to go into details. The report structure, well, if you go through the report, there is a clear framework how we can work together, identifying the role of the sector, existing policy framework, what are the existing gaps, and based on this empirical research done by our expert, it has come up with the set of recommendations. Finally, key thrust of this report is the triangular cooperation. This is a model, Sri Lanka has to work with the development partners. There are many models, multilateral cooperation, bilateral, but we found in the recent years, the triangular cooperation has gained increased attention among the development partners. Ambassador, His Excellency Japan eloquently explained how this trilateral, the cooperation group work. So there are three countries here: beneficiary, partner country, and these partner countries together work to support a third country intervention. There are many models. I don't want to go into details. Already India and Japan are working together to support many countries in this region. Some of the examples, and one I would like to emphasize is based on for tourism promotion. The Buddhist tourist circuit can be effectively promoted with the support of two countries. Now, to finish my presentation, what I want to emphasize is this long-term, medium, and long-term strategy for a structural shift. Our friendly two countries can work together in multiple ways. It could be G to G, it could be G to B or B to B. It's government to government or government to government. There are many examples are already there. We are pleased to see this Adani group is already started working on the wind power project, and very many projects are underway. And already some of the recommendations contained in this report, right? have started. So we have, our task is to rebuild. And as our High Commissioner, His Excellency the High Commissioner, Mr. Linda Borgada mentioned, it is a task of, the building the confidence of the private sector. In that direction, I'm very thankful, Ambassador Saran. This exercise, I'm sure, is just another starting point and the continuation of our joint effort, and Pathfinder Foundation stand ready to work with you and also Vivekananda, VIF and CIE. Thank you very much.
Mr. Prasenjit Vijaytilaka, please. Executive Director of the Board of Investment, Sri Lanka.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure and a privilege to address such a distinguished gathering. I understand we are under some time constraints to keep Ambassador Saran at ease. I will focus on a few slides of the ones that I have to share with you. And this slide is actually that which I'm very keen that you focus on. So if you, a lot has been said or has been referred to in terms of the economic crisis that Sri Lanka went through last year. So from the perspective of the Board of Investment, in order to speak investment, we first need to clarify certain very key elements of the investment climate. So the path to recovery, from a macroeconomic perspective, is something that I think is very, very important. And if you start from the left of the screen there, you will see that inflation has progressively been managed downward from a high of around 70% as of Q3 last year, down to 6% or single-digit levels last month. Now, this is the first time also to note in 19 months that inflation in Sri Lanka has been at single-digit level. So that is one perspective in terms of macroeconomics. You will see that per capita income has been readjusted following the devaluation of the rupee to sub $4,000 levels. Imports and exports have actually grown significantly for the year 2022. Imports have been managed through an import restriction regime. So you will see that the trade gap is a little closer than what it used to be. You will also see that the unemployment rate has dipped from a high of around 5% and returned to pre-crisis levels of 4.7%. Next are two very important factors, and that is both the earnings from tourism as well as worker remittances. These are from Sri Lankans overseas. Now, these are two key components of Sri Lanka's forex earnings. So tourism is one of the key verticals of the Sri Lankan economy, which suffered significantly, both due to results of the pandemic as well as the economic crisis. So if you see the numbers here, the numbers have improved significantly. Year on year, if you look at tourism earnings for the first half of the year, which have all, from Sri Lankan perspective, we've almost crossed the $1 billion market in June. So they're up 45%. What's interesting to note is that if you look at the tourist arrivals, we're averaging 100,000 plus a month on month, even into the off season. So traditionally, the Sri Lankan tourist season is strong January to around March, and then again for the last 2 months of the year. So it's about a 5-month peak. Now, the arrivals have been consistent even into the off season this year. So much so that Sri Lanka Tourism has revised their tourist arrivals target from 1.4 million to a very ambitious 2 million target. Now, this also, while this bodes well for the economy, you will see that there's a little chart I've shared here on the currency performance. And the currency, which kind of skyrocketed at the point of devaluation, has now been brought into a manageable sphere. And you will see, based on the fluctuations towards the latter part, that these are responses to basic market economics. Because what's happened is, as
the macroeconomic fundamentals have been set in place, import restrictions that I referred to previously, they have also been relaxed progressively. And with that, with simple demand and supply, you will see that the rupee has responded. And what's happening there is you're building confidence, not only in the business community, but also the Sri Lankans working abroad that I referred to previously, that they're getting fair value for their dollars that they remit to Sri Lanka through the formal banking channels, which is why you will see worker remittances are up 75% year on year. Now, when you consider that at peak, that's about a $5.5 billion vertical in itself. The impact of that for a small economy like Sri Lanka's, you will see is quite significant. So this is what we call the path to recovery, or the indicators, some of the key indicators of that path to recovery. With that, I'll move on to my next slide, which is not loading for some reason. Oh, there we go. FDI from India. This is just to give you a very, very brief snapshot of EOI projects. Sorry. So, to pardon the technical glitch here. So here we have, okay, there we go. So in the last 15 years, plus around $2 billion of FDI, around 170 projects in all, another 17 projects in the pipeline, over 11,000 employment opportunities overall provided for Sri Lankans by Indian-owned companies. As pipelines go, this is a healthy pipeline as well. You will see some familiar names to you that are also familiar names and household names in Sri Lanka due to the depth of their investment in Sri Lanka. Our next slide will talk about the investment climate in Sri Lanka, which I'll be very brief. So, I'll just wait till the screen loads so that it provides context to what I'm saying. But overall, if you look at investment policy in Sri Lanka, we tick a lot of the right boxes. 100% foreign ownership is permitted across a number of almost all sectors in the economy. There are no restrictions when it comes to repatriation of profit. We guarantee your investment against nationalization by the constitution of the country itself. From an intellectual property perspective, in terms of multilateral guarantees, we are signatory to the World Bank's MIGA, the SARC treaty. So overall, backed by investment protection agreements and dual taxation agreements, we tick a lot of the right boxes in terms of safety of investment. The BOI, your onboarding partner, we celebrate 45 years this year. We have over 1,600 companies under the aegis of the BOI, of which over 1,200 are foreign owned. Employment for over 500,000 Sri Lankans. And you will see the BOI's performance last year. Over 80% of Sri Lanka's industrial exports, 65% of overall national exports, and almost 100% of apparel exports, which is the country's flagship export sector. What I also want you to focus on is, despite the trials of 2022, we walked into 2023 with a pipeline of $2.8 billion and greenfield FDI of a little over $1 billion. Exports also grew, like I said, 10% year on year. So overall, despite the challenges, things are looking a lot better than they were. If we move to the next slide, I'm anticipating we'll load any minute now. There we go. These are the pillars that Sri Lanka's investment proposition rests on. So you have the location advantage, you have the local talent pool, the quality of life that Sri Lanka offers, and what we call market access, which is basically where Sri Lanka really punches above its weight. Due to the paucity of time, I will not be going into detail into all of these factors, but I do want you to focus on, the priority sectors to drive FDIs, which are now being, I'm sorry, this is not very helpful to the audience, but I mean, I know this practically by heart. So if you look at the focus sectors, I'd be happy to engage and explain on any of these pillars during some time offline, just so that the program can proceed. So if you look at the sectors for investment, logistics and transport infrastructure will occupy a lot of the focus, as does hospitality and tourism. So you see these squares kind of represent the potential specific to these three countries working together. So the size of the square is really telling you the size of the opportunity. Education, training and development, as well as, I mean, you can't have a conversation about India and Japan without talking about information technology. So there's IT as well. Renewable energy. So what's interesting is, irrespective of the report, these are also focus sectors of the Board of Investment. And the fact that this report, endorses the potential of these sectors is very heartening in the sense it makes us understand, it gives us realization that we are all thinking on the same page, so to speak. And that kind of cohesion is what is needed to collaborate and rebuild rather, the economy of Sri Lanka. So thank you all once again. I look forward to engaging with any of you who wish to discuss any more of these in further detail. And once again, thank you for the opportunity.
My fellow co-panelists, distinguished dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Sunil Uplab. I had the honor and privilege to lead VIF-CIA delegation last week to Sri Lanka. This was a multi-sectorial delegation where we had delegates across various sectors from infrastructure, power and energy, logistics, healthcare, education, robotics, IT and automation, and rice exports. I will just run very briefly through through the activities that we did there during the delegation visit due to paucity of time. We landed on a Sunday, and immediately the same evening we were hosted by Her Excellency Mrs. Charles, who was the governor of Northern Province, and she was kind enough to have very senior, members from her team in the government department on a Sunday evening. The delegates had extensive interaction, and we could understand a lot about, the Northern Province and the requirements, in relating to the infrastructure and other requirements. We also visited the airport and understood what was required in terms of infrastructure development in the Palai airport. On 1st of August, we met His Excellency Mr. Senthil Thondaman, Governor of Eastern Province. Also, we visited the Trincomalee Tank Farm, and we were hosted by Lanka IOC and the team. We saw, the tank farms, the lower end as well as the upper tank farms, and the opportunities that exist in the energy sector. We were also updated about the Trincomalee Harbour and the infrastructure related to development of the harbour there, which is an opportunity for the Indian industry. The work on connecting the electricity grids between the two countries is already going on, and we had discussions on that with His Excellency on that day. As per a news item today, the timeline for the draft report is 15th September this year. And before that, by August 24th, the load flow studies is likely to be completed, is what the report says. We traveled from Jaffna to Trincomalee, and we had extensive meetings with local businessmen there. The delegates had a very good exchange with the local, businessmen there, and we found a lot of opportunities that the members could engage in further. After that, we came to Colombo, and we met Mr. Dillon, Minister for Investment Promotion, and his team. And our delegates had good interaction there as well and understood the opportunities for investments. And we were told about what were the areas where Sri Lanka is looking for investments. We then met His Excellency Mr. Nimal Sripala de Silva, Minister for Ports, Shipping and Aviation. And we had very fruitful discussions. The delegates had very fruitful discussion with them, particularly regarding extension of Nagapattinam ferry service to KKS, KKS port ferry to Trincomalee, and also Nagapattinam. We then met His Excellency Mr. D.V. Chanaka, State Minister for Power and Energy. And, we had, discussions with his team as well. And we had also discussed regarding digital transformation and technology transformations for his department, along with the delegation members. We were also hosted by the Ceylon Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and our delegations had, very good discussions. We had extended meetings after the program which was hosted by Ceylon Chamber, and our members could meet the business community subsequent to that meeting as well. And finally, we ended our delegation visit with our meeting with the Pathfinder team as well. I would like to thank especially Dr. Arvind Gupta, Ambassador Ashok Kanta, and Lieutenant General Ravi Sahani for their help and guidance and mentoring during the entire 6 days of our visit to Sri Lanka. Thank you very much.
That brings us to the end of the first session. So I would like to thank all the panelists for their contribution and their remarks and their report. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'd now like to invite the panelists. Oh, we can have a group photograph. Just a group photo, please. Thank you much. I'd now like to request on the stage the panelists for this next session. To start with, the moderator, Ambassador Ashok Kant. Speakers, Mr. J. Mathula, who's Director General of the Sustainable Energy Authority of Sri Lanka. And then we have online Engineer Gamini Sinanayaka, corporate member of the Sri Lankan Institute of Engineers. Mr. T.F. Nimal Pereira, National Consultant, Field of Energy, Environment, Climate Change and Sustainable Development. And then offline on the stage, Mr. Puneet Agarwal, Chief General Manager, Indian Oil. Mr. Agarwal, please. And Mr. Abhishek Shah from Adani Power. Please come. So I would request Ambassador Ashok Kant to take over the session and please moderate, and with a request that if you can see if you can compress the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Pankaj. We're running nearly 50 minutes late, so I will try and see that comments are as brief as possible. Let me begin by complimenting Pathfinder Foundation for coming up with this report, and NatStrat, Pathfinder, and BIF for organizing this conference. As previous speakers brought out, timing is just right for a variety of reasons, but I'll highlight quickly three. One, very successful visit of President Ranil Wickremesinghe to India, and the outcome document, the vision document which emerged following his discussion with Prime Minister Modi, I think provides a roadmap on how to move ahead there. Secondly, as Mr. Prasenjit Vijay brought out earlier, Sri Lanka is on path to recovery. And the most important number is that inflation rate, which was 6.9% in September last year, dropped to 6.3% last month. And we saw this, the evidence on the ground during our visit to Sri Lanka just a few days ago. And third is a visit of Foreign Minister of Japan to both Sri Lanka and India. And there's very obvious potential for partnership among three countries. In this session, we are looking at renewable energy and Trincomalee as an energy hub. We are all aware that Sri Lanka has huge potential for renewable energy, wind power, solar power, offshore wind power, and it's being tapped now. We visited a very impressive CEP, 100 megawatt facility in Mannar, developed with ADB assistance. Adanis are doing 500 megawatt solar and wind power projects in Mannar and Punarin, which is being implemented. Point I would like to make here is that renewable energy in Sri Lanka can become really viable when there is interconnection of power grids of India and Sri Lanka, because otherwise the absorption capacity in Sri Lanka for green energy will be somewhat limited. This is an idea which has been discussed for quite some time from Alok's days. This was reflected in the vision document. I think we need to fast track it. And it can be done very easily, not just bilaterally in Sri Lanka, but later linking up with regional grid, which is coming up. As you know, there's already understanding on India, Nepal, and Bangladesh developing the regional grid. So this is one aspect which is very important, which needs to be taken forward. On Trincomalee as an energy hub, this idea has been reflected and talked about for quite some time. It has been articulated in the vision document also. There are two core components here which are already in play, and more needs to be worked out. One is developing Sampur. Here there is a sense of disappointment. I was involved with these negotiations. We had worked out a detailed agreement on NTPC setting up a 500 megawatt power plant at Sampur. Everything was finalized. In 2016 to jettisoned. I think our Sri Lankan friends may need to keep in mind that policy stability is very important, because otherwise private sector loses interest. Now we have a new arrangement under which a 50 megawatt solar project will be implemented by NTCP in Sampur, and another 500 megawatt project near Vatale. But this again will require policy support from government of Sri Lanka. Second aspect which I'll flag because that's critical is the oil tank farm. This is again a project which has been in discussion for quite some time. There was lack of confirmation of the legal basis of Lanka IOC's involvement. Now there is a revised MOU under which 24 oil tanks will be developed by CPC, 61 jointly between CPC and Lanka IOC. I think here again, CPC will have to take the lead because they are the majority equity partner holding 51% in the joint venture. But the government of India will encourage IOC and Lanka IOC to step in and not let the best be the enemy of good. So we can start with a relatively small number of oil tanks in upper tank farm and look at optimal utilization, for instance, through oil pipeline, multi-product oil pipeline, which has been agreed upon during President Vikram Singh's visit to India. So that will make oil tank farm utilization so much more viable. So these are some of the ideas which are there. We have clear commitment on both sides to move ahead. But Trincomalee as energy hub can be very attractive proposition, but needs to be fleshed out further. Here, the two aspects which were discussed earlier. One, Japan's proven track record of quality infrastructure. How do we bring them on board? And two, private sector investment. This is a point, the Morogoda also made in his recent interview to Hindu, because many of these projects will be carried out through private sector participation, more so given Sri Lanka's debt burden and its limited ability to absorb more debt. So it has to be not a debt-fueled investment model, but private sector-driven investment model. So how do we create conditions, facilitating conditions for private sector investment? That's going to be challenged. With these words, let me move on to our panelists. We have with us Mr. J.M. Athula, Director General, Sustainable Energy Authority. Mr. Athula.
Good morning to all His Excellencies, experts, and distinguished ladies, gentlemen, and all this morning. And initially, I would like to thank to VIF, that Pathfinder organization, CIA, for inviting me to be here and to present the Sri Lanka Sustainable Energy Authority and to highlight the renewable energy scenario in Sri Lanka. And thank you very much. Initially, I would like to focus my presentation to the main areas like the present situation in the country and the large-scale projects, the present development in renewable energy sector, and the government targets. This is, I actually would like to highlight here. The Sustainable Energy Authority was started in 2007. And the renewable energy connected to the national grid was about 176 megawatt. That is basically from small hydro. And now up to 2022, now the capacity is more than 1,500. And here I would like to highlight the solar rooftop projects were started in 2014, and it has been developed to the present situation, and we can actually, as a country, happy. This is what I would like to show you the renewable energy mix up to 2023. This large-scale hydropower plants are operating by the utility, that is 1,586, and the mini hydro capacity is 434. Wind power plant 258, ground-mounted solar 134, biomass of 670 megawatt. Altogether, the renewable energy capacity is 3,103. This is the mix of renewable energy capacities connected to the national grid. And here, in 2022, our renewable energy share is 52%. It's very happy to see this target. And our national target, next target is we have to connect renewable energy to generate 70% of electricity to the country by 2030. Now we are 52, very I think it is we can meet the target. And the next one, by 2050, our country should be a carbon-free country. That is our target. And here, I would like to show you the capacities which we have connected to the national grid from January to July 2023, 85 megawatt. And from July to December, we hope to connect 238 megawatt. These all are in pipeline and under construction. And this is the first one. The Hydro Umaoya is the utility one. Others are developed by the private sector. Here, our plan to connect to the national grid in 2024. Large scale project, one, it is utility scale one. Others, okay, others 300, other projects are done by the private sector people. Altogether 336 megawatt in the pipeline to connect to the national grid in 2024. Yes, next. This is in brief what we are connecting to the national grid by 2026. Here, our Adani project and other projects are here. Basically, large-scale project, wind project, Hambantota, Punarin, and Mena. Those are developed by Adani. And other large-scale solar projects from the eastern and the northern parts. And some projects are from the southern side. Siambalando, Hambantota, Punari, Sampur, Batikulo. Next one, please. Yes, these all projects have completed the approval process and they will start the construction in early 2024. Hoping to finish the construction and connect to the national grid in 2025, I think. Yeah. This is in brief. By now, 584 megawatts is in the pipeline. Punarin, phase 1, phase 2, Mena, Siambalando, all have collected and it's okay now under construction. To be constructed, started.
Maybe circulate the presentation.
Okay, okay. And other under Sustainable Energy Authority, we are developing it. Hope to connect that 630 megawatt from 26 onwards. Okay. Next, please. Yeah, this is as we talk about the Trincomalee Hub and the projects which are developing in these areas. This is entirely the Sri Lanka large-scale projects. Okay, this is the plan to meet the 70% target from 26 and 27 to 30. These are annual capacity addition to the national grid as per our plan. Okay, we have prepared a new guideline to expedite the annual approval process. And you can see the website is here. And through this one, we have reduced the development timeline taken by other institutions to grant their approvals. On this one, we have reduced that time to, say for example, 182 days per project to give the consent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Atula, for that presentation. We are very happy to see ambitious plans you have and also kind of achievements you already made in the renewable sector. I'll request if you could share with us a copy of presentation, then we will pass it on to stakeholders and potential investors. Let me now move on to Engineer Gamini Senanaike, corporate member, Sri Lanka Institute of Engineers. He'll be making presentation online. Ms. Senanaike, can you go ahead?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Distinguished participants and the distinguished the members of the panel. In fact, I'm very thankful to Pathfinder organization for giving me this opportunity and also to be one of the authors of the chapter. I don't intend to go through the content of this particular chapter, but I thought, by listening to my colleague, Mr. Atula, Director General of Sustainable Development Authority, I think he has given all the vital information. So what I would like to, okay, are you sharing the presentation? Okay, no, I think no need to, okay. Can I have the next slide, please? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yes, okay. Can I have the next slide, please? Next one, please. Yeah, next one. Yeah, okay. So what I thought, during this very short period of time, I will only touch upon these three areas now: the policy, the landscape, the policy climate here. So it was mentioned before, the policy inconsistency in Sri Lanka. Then I will also bring your attention to these certain issues we are now having, and also the few recommendations we have made. I think these are not anything new. I think we all know what the possibilities are. The next slide, please. Now, when you look at the policy, the landscape here, can I have the next slide, please? Yeah. So the national energy policy and strategies of Sri Lanka is very, very comprehensive, and it covers almost all aspects of, increasing the share of renewable energy generation mix. Of course, we have to admit that, there are issues in implementation. So there had been policy inconsistencies and all that, but I think that was the reason, for us to be in this situation here in Sri Lanka. But we hope that, there will be a policy coherence and continuity in time to come. So then, the national energy policy gives us all the, the aspects, it gives us all the ingredient for us to, have a bigger share of renewable energy. And also, as Director General Sustainable Energy Authority mentioned, based on this policy, Ceylon Electricity Board, they have their long-term generation expansion plan from 23 to 2042. There they have very ambitious target, 70% of electricity generation by renewable energy by 2030. This is in line with our the target for NDC. And also going beyond that, the carbon neutrality by 2050, these are very ambitious target that will help us to, increase the renewable energy. And also, we have taken decision not to go for any coal power plants. And also any firm capacity addition will be only from regasified, liquefied natural gases. So this is the policy, the support in the policy environment prevailing in the country, which is very supportive of increasing the renewable energy, the composition of the generation. Next slide, please. Now, when you look at the the issues and barriers, of course, there are two main issues. One is the financial constraint. We as as we know, we have investment, the capacity issues. Sri Lanka Electricity Board, though they are responsible for setting up the infrastructure, so there are issues, and also the government of Sri Lanka. So this is one of the issues, but more importantly, we have a lot of technical issues. Yeah. Especially as we all know, when we want to have more renewable energy in the system, so we need to manage this intra and intraday variability. Yeah. So for that, we need to have this strong ancillary system. I will not go into detail. So without which we will not have, we will not be able to, accommodate more renewable energy into it. So based on this, my last slide, can I have the next slide, please? Yeah. So what we say, next slide, please. Yeah. So you must have, yeah, the last slide, the next one. Can I have the next slide? Anyway, okay. Yeah. And now my colleague mentioned very clearly, the target we have, the achievement of rooftop solar and the other, the ground-mounted solar. And I think we have had very good success there, and also the wind energy. But I think we need to go beyond this. You need to expand the harnessing horizons, especially, there's a huge potential for floating solar. Of course, there are a couple of pilots going on now, and especially, as you all know, the offshore wind potential. I mean, these are the two areas I think we should be focusing on. And for us to do all these things, I think the missing link is the storage. Storage is a big problem. So for us to manage this variability and the intermittency, so we need to have storage. Various options we have, but still we are at the very early stage. We have grid-mounted, the grid-scale battery storage, behind the meter storage, pump storage, and also, of course, the hydrogen. I think my colleague will touch upon it. So I think we need to look at very seriously, the storage for us to, manage this variability. So I will stop at that. Maybe we can come back at the question and answer time if there's any detail. But I have not gone through the content of the report in this chapter. But we can go into detail if necessary at the question and time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nanaike, for that presentation. And clearly there are huge opportunities in different segments of renewable space in Sri Lanka. We'll now move to our next speaker, Mr. T.F. Nimal Perera, who is a national consultant, field of energy, environment, climate change, and sustainable development. He'll also be making presentation online.
No.
No presentation is being ready, developed for this one, but just I can give you a couple of points as inputs to this, especially to the inputs of Mr. Denanaika's presentation, especially focusing on green hydrogen, because currently we are very seriously working on the green hydrogen as a source of fuel for the transport sector in one direction, and the other direction is basically as a grid stabilization methodology. As you all know, in most of the developed countries, especially the European countries, how they do, basically they absorb, they maximize the renewable energy absorption to the national grid. And then when it overflows, they use the excess amounts of renewable for the green hydrogen production through electrolysis. So this is the principle, or this is the mechanism we are hoping to deploy in Sri Lanka as well. In one side, that is basically for the grid-connected hydrogen production. Of course, you can think about either to go for repowering the grid at the deficiencies, or you can use the same green hydrogen for the purpose of as a fuel for transport sector, or else in the industry sector, there are numerous opportunities we can talk about. In the meantime, we are trying to, popularize the green hydrogen in the form of captive hydrogen rather than grid connected. There are a lot of opportunities in the country, especially the operation of furnaces and kilns in the industry. There are a lot of needs for the green hydrogen requirement as fuel. So then that is one area which we are currently working on very seriously. So currently we have already established a kind of a consortium to develop the research activities on this green hydrogen related activities with the combination of my association, that is Sri Lanka Energy Managers Association, and National Science Foundation. We have already established a kind of a platform to connect the private sector, public sector, and also the research organizations like the universities to combine to this particular platform. So in that case, I think in future, more and more renewable energy absorption to the national grid or utilization of more and more renewable energy will have a lot of opportunities for parallelly for hydrogen or very particularly green hydrogen generation as well. This will be a very favorable kind of technology. In the meantime, currently the Indian organization, that is Green Flat India, they are already conducting the feasibility and roadmap development for the green hydrogen optimization in the country. And also we are working with them as well as one of the key stakeholders for this particular effort. And one more focus in this particular green hydrogen thing will be using hydrogen for the marine vessel feed fueling cases, because there will be a lot of needs for marine fuel supplies requirement to make their trees very green approach. So therefore, that will also be taken into consideration in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That's a very important area of green hydrogen we need to collaborate on. We'll now move on to our next speaker, Mr. Puneet Agrawal, who is Chief General Manager with Indian Oil Corporation.
Ambassador Ashok Kanta, members on the dais, distinguished guests of the dais, all stakeholders, members from NatStrat, Pathfinder, CII, and all who are connected virtually. It is a matter of great pride for me to be here today and to speak on something which I've been associated with for a long time and I'm very passionate about, and that is about Sri Lanka, and in particular about making Trincomalee an energy hub. I had been associated with the Lanka IOC project since 2001. And in 2002, we set up the company in August 2002. And I was posted there and was there from 2002 to 2006. And I know that we did a lot of work that time, and that work continues till date. We all know about India's neighborhood first policy and how we have assisted Sri Lanka during their time of turmoil. Japan too has been assisting Sri Lanka, and hence both India and Japan can work together for assisting Sri Lanka in its economic recovery. India and Japan, as we all know, also share a common vision of peace, stability, and shared prosperity based on sustainable development. And as the ambassador, His Excellency Ambassador of Japan mentioned that they have just celebrated 70 years of diplomatic relationship between Japan and Sri Lanka. So it's a great opportunity for collaboration. Going forward, I think all of us are aware that there are a lot of commonalities between our two nations, India and Sri Lanka. The language, Sinhala, as we all know, comes from Sanskrit, the religion, the culture, the common gene pool, the great history, and the geographical contiguity. Both the countries have an FTA, and we're trying to integrate economies as well. And Lanka IOC, as I had mentioned earlier, we had started the investment process way back in 2002 when we took over 1/3 share in the Ceylon Petroleum Storage Terminals Limited. And we took over 166 retail outlets. Now we have around 250 retail outlets or petrol pumps, as we call them in India. And of course, the government of Sri Lanka has very recently opened it up for other foreign investors as well, which is probably going to also enhance customer experience going forward. And Trincomalee tankages have been much talked about, and they are the World War II tankages, I think built in 1930. And they have a lower tank farm and an upper tank farm area. The lower tank farm had 14 tanks of 10,000 metric tons each, and the upper tank farm had 85 tanks of 10,000 metric tons. We also refurbished and, we did some raise and rebuilds, refurbished retail outlets, and we changed the retailing landscape of Sri Lanka, and we're proud of it. And apart from that, we have also made a new blending plant, an 18,000 KL per annum new blending plant in Trincomalee. And of late, we have inaugurated one grease plant of 3,000 metric tons. So all in all, I think Indian Oil has been over a period of time investing into Sri Lanka in a major way. And going forward, I will be also coming to that. But before that, I can tell you that there is a great opportunity for Sri Lanka and Indian economies to integrate. Because India, as we all know, is going to be one of the fastest growing large economies. And if Sri Lankan economy has shrunk in the past 2 years, that would be a great opportunity for both the countries to take forward, either through making better improvements in the free trade agreement, or maybe looking at rupee trade as well. And as we were all talking about the connectivity part, so connectivity part becomes extremely important. Most important, of course, is people-to-people connectivity, and subsequently digital connectivity, physical connectivity in terms of road, rail, power grid connectivity, and the multi-product pipeline connectivity. The list is endless. So now moving forward, I would like to look at the collaborative options Sri Lanka, India, and Japan have for making Trincomalee an energy hub. Firstly, if we come to the crude storage part, Sri Lanka has a very old refinery of 2.5 million metric tons at Sapu Gaskanda, and which is probably producing only 1.6 million metric tons of product, and they are importing around 2 million metric tons of product. So they recently, of course, we have made a company, a joint venture company with CPC, which is called the Trinco Petroleum Terminals Private Limited, TPTL. and which has been given 61 tanks which were there in the upper tank farm, and 24 tanks have been given to CPC. 16 tanks Lanka IOC already has in the lower tank farm, which we've been using for the last 2 decades. So, moving forward, I think this food storage has one, pitfall, and that is that, if we want to make it a strategic reserve, so there is an issue of VLCC berthings there, because I think VLCC would require, a draft of around 30 meters, and we have a great draft there, but it's around 20 meters. So moving on, I think the other option is very great, and that has been discussed at the highest levels, and I think that is where we are progressing, and that is the multi-product pipeline. So you all are aware that we are making a Kaveri Basin refinery in Nagapattinam, which is a 9 million metric ton greenfield refinery. And that, so we are planning to lay a pipeline from Nagapattinam to T point in, say, north central Sri Lanka. And then via that, from that point, T point, we will branch out to Trincomalee in the east coast and Colombo on the west coast of Sri Lanka. So this pipeline is likely to be around 700 kilometers long and will have a subsea component of around 62 kilometers. So, this pipeline would obviate the need for, having, a refinery in Sri Lanka, which is being planned currently. So if this comes, this fuel product pipeline will be able to take care of the entire fuel requirement of Sri Lanka, which is around 3.5 million metric tons currently. And this pipeline, I believe, is going to be designed to carry with a capacity of 3.5, which can be expandable to 6. So, going forward, I think that is a great route for which, of course, we will be, the TPTL will have to, upgrade the tank in the upper tank farms. And of course, we can start, as Ambassador has said, we can start in a phased manner. We can start with 10 tanks, refurbishment, and then move on as the demand picks up. An option which was also explored was the LNG gasification facility. And because, Sri Lanka also has its targets, as has been mentioned by the panelists. So there is a possibility, or there was an option of also a float FSRU or a floating storage regasification unit. There was also a talk of maybe a gas pipeline. But this, since the customer base is largely in the west coast, this may not be amenable to investment in Trincomalee. Then about the renewable energy and biofuels. As has been mentioned by the panelists, 70% of energy through RE has to come through RE by 2030 in Sri Lanka. And they have a net zero target by 2050. Currently, they are generating 35% through the RE, if I'm not mistaken, around 3.2 gigawatts. So there is a thought of having a solar plant as well as wind energy plants in Sri Lanka through the public and the private investments. And, we are also looking at, since we have 500 acres there, we could also look at a 100 megawatt solar plant. And I believe some private investors are already investing in, onshore wind in the northwestern side of Sri Lanka. And apart from that, we could also look at, CBG plants there, like we are making in India, compressed biogas plants, which is supposed to be a green gas. And, we could, sell that CBG as CNG from our retail outlets as well. This regasification plant would...
Mr. Agarwal, I think we'll have to wrap it up.
I'm wrapping it up. So this regasification plant, of course, may not be required in the Trincomalee side, but probably in the west coast. And bunkering, of course, is a great opportunity, which Lanka IOC is already doing from Trincomalee as well as Colombo. And I think this can be really scaled up, and the tank farm, upper tank farm, could also be used for renting out to the traders and, or doing trading ourselves in a big way. So scalability is there. And then apart from that, another point which is of great importance, which will provide a lot of employment to Sri Lanka, as well as give a boost to the industrial development in the Trincomalee side, is largely the petrochemicals, where if we can get in, say, polymers from our plants in India, we could have MSME industries into extrusion units for making pipes, roto-molded units for making water tanks, injection molding units for household items, and raffia bags for cement packaging. And we could have a warehouse there as well. So wrapping it up, these are opportunities which can be thought of before a final decision is taken on investments by government of Sri Lanka, government of India, and the Japanese government. And I'm sure that the financial strength, experience, and technology of India and Japan can collaboratively ensure that Sri Lanka moves ahead with ease and pace on the path of economic recovery, which has already started, as we have seen, and having a symbiotic relationship where all parties win is going to be the crux. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Puneet, for that presentation. Let me just mention that during a recent visit to Sri Lanka, we found there was great appreciation for Lanka IOC's role during recent economic crisis in Sri Lanka, and also the fact that you have been committed to Sri Lanka for last 2 decades. This is the time to take your investment to a different level. Let me now move on to our last speaker, Mr. Abhishek Shah, Deputy General Manager, Adani Renewables. Abhishek, I think we are running out of time.
Yeah, I'll be brief, sir. Yeah. So thank you all for providing this opportunity. On behalf of Adani, I'll be taking through specific to renewable energy and the green economy, how we can develop Sri Lanka and especially the Trincomalee area. Can we have the next slide? Scrolling. So you can go to the next slide. What we are trying to say is Sri Lanka is an ideal location in terms of one, connectivity to the world, to the trade routes, and not only the container routes, but even if you see on the eastern part of the Sri Lanka, there is Trincomalee, wherein the bulk routes are also running. And coupled with that, the renewable energy resources, that is the wind and solar. So the darker portion you see on the resource portion shows that it has a good resource capability, wherein we can encash on the resource and the trade routes, and we can convert this RE and green economy for, say, domestic consumption, or say even exports of power, and then conversion into green hydrogen. Next slide, please. Yeah, so now the opportunities for collaboration in Sri Lanka among the Indo-Japanese collaboration and how we can work towards the economic transformation. We believe that these 6 factors would be critical towards this aspect. One is the access to the new demand. By the new demand, we mean that the domestic replacement, say the current imports of urea, ammonia, etc., can be replaced through the green hydrogen economy. Then there is opening up of the Indian market for the exports of RE, and then even for the exports of the green hydrogen. So that is the access to new demand, effective cost structure that is based on the equipment, materials, and the incentives that we have. The third factor is the youth, that means the skill set. Fourth is the logistics. I'm sorry that slide has gone from here. access to logistics, then support of the Sri Lankan government with allocating the land and the infrastructure, and lastly, the funds. Basically, the low-cost financing for long-term infrastructure projects would be the key aspect. You can go to the next one. So what we are showing here is the potential avenues wherein how Trincomalee can help us. So the northern part of the Sri Lanka, these are the where the wind and solar resource are critical, which we can tap, through which we can even export and bring it down till Trincomalee. And near the Trincomalee, that you see the yellow hub, it's more towards the solar resource area. And then the red, that is the third number, is the pump storage area. So by clubbing all the three resources, we can actually put in an effective solution, not only catering to Sri Lanka's electricity requirement, but at the same time convert it to green hydrogen and even try to export it to India. Can I have the next slide? This is basically the cross-border transmission line. Already, the option one is the shortest one from Mannar to Rameshwaram, wherein the PGCL is already working. But we believe there are other connections also which we can tap through. And say if the private investments are coming in for the RE sector in the northern part, they themselves can also pitch for a cross-border transmission line and bring the RE to India. And in case if Sri Lanka wants the power from India, they can it can be a mutual arrangement. So these two areas we feel that it's very critical where all three countries can collaborate and it can effectively transform the economy. And not only this, along with this transmission corridor, the internal. Next slide, please. So this is the value chain that we have shown, wherein where the countries can help each other. So the first three portion is where the strategy, the policy, the regulations, and the land and infrastructure, which the Sri Lanka as a country itself has to provide or has to at least facilitate the developers coming in. And the next value chain is with respect to the developing of the ecosystem. That is whether the RE plants are there or green manufacturing entities are there or the derivative entities are there, the transportation of it, and then finally the offtake of it. Wherein Indian and Japanese entities or developers can come in, establish the projects, bring in the financing also, and then cater to the markets. And with this aspect, what we are trying to say is that Sri Lanka can achieve the energy security, create itself as a niche product by making it as a green hydrogen hub. I mean, Trincomalee will play a very great role over here. And along with that, substantial investments will come in and it will achieve sustainability, employment, and even cross-border of electricity trade can be facilitated through this. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Abhishek. Well, I'm sure there were a lot of questions, but unfortunately we have run out. Thank you, Abhishek. I'm sure there are a lot of questions and comments, but we have really run out of time, so we'll have to move on to the next session now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, all the panelists.
To all the panelists. We'll have a group photograph, please. And may I, to save time, kindly call the next panel, which is on logistics and connectivity. And Mr. Rohan Mascarola will be online. And I would request Mr. Sohail Kazani from the Bharat Freight Group founder and managing director, to kindly come on stage, please. And Ashok, please continue.
Well, we are running 1 hour behind schedule, but still, we had very good discussions in the previous session. In this session, we'll be covering logistics and connectivity. I think from discussions we had earlier, comments made by various speakers, as also the thrust of the vision document which emerged during the visit of President Ranil Wickremesinghe to India last month. Connectivity is at the heart of future economic partnership between India and Sri Lanka. And it's an area where a whole lot of things are happening. Let me just highlight a few low-hanging fruits in area of connectivity, which need to be harvested very quickly, because if you wish to encourage investors to move in, they would like to see concrete outcomes. And one we saw from our visit to Sri Lanka also, ferry service between Kakesanthurai and Nagapattinam, that can be started very soon. I think facilities are ready on both sides. So perhaps immediately after monsoon, January next year, it can be started. Likewise, Talaimanar, Rameshwaram. Some work needs to be done, but with some temporary arrangements here again, we can resume the ferry service, and not just ferry service, but resume the earlier model of what used to be known as boat mail express, where there was rail come ferry come rail connectivity. And today it can be taken to different level altogether with technology, online booking platforms. So this is something we should try and do within next few months, and it's feasible. That's something doable. Likewise, it's very good to have daily flights between Jaffna and Jaffna and Chennai, but it's already overloaded. We need to add at least another flight which existing infrastructure can support. Likewise, we need to add flights between Colombo and Delhi. It's at present situation is quite inadequate. And this is something which can be done very quickly. Digital connectivity, again, during President's visit to India, understanding on UPI. This is, I remember discussing with High Commissioner Belinda Borogoda, and he mentioned that this is something which can be done within 3 months. So I think we need to focus on some of these areas of connectivity where early results are possible, and that will also encourage investors to move in quickly. On bigger projects, we have discussed possibility of a connectivity corridor, a land bridge. I also saw an interview given by High Commissioner Melinda Borogoda to Hindu a few days ago, where he rightly described this as a game changer. Because if we are thinking in terms of economic integration between Sri Lanka and India, nothing will give a bigger boost than connectivity corridor, overland connectivity. And this is an idea which President Ranil Wickremesinghe has been talking about for a very long time. I recall from my days in Colombo, detailed discussions with him. And I think time has come to push it through so that we can have overland connectivity, say between Colombo and Trinco ports in Sri Lanka, with southern India, with free movement of goods and people. These are some of the areas, and Japan can play a very important role, both in terms as part of its quality infrastructure initiative, and also by encouraging private sector companies from Japan to move in. So there is a huge possibility for three-way collaboration involving Sri Lanka, India, and Japan in the area of connectivity and logistics. With these few words, let me now invite Mr. Rohan Mascorala, CEO of Shippers Academy, Colombo, to make his presentation online. Rohan, can you come in?
Thank you. Hope you can hear me.
Yeah, please go ahead. Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you, Excellencies. Thank you for the organizers for inviting me to join this session on connectivity. Right now based in Melbourne, Australia. So it's good evening from Melbourne to all of you in Colombo and India and rest of the countries who are joined. So I've been given a 7-minute slot to pass on the message of connectivity, which I will focus on maritime and probably aviation, a little bit of possible land connectivity. So as you can see on the picture, our president, current president Ranil Wickremesinghe has been a strong believer in connectivity, and when he assumed office last year, he made a statement specifically look at the new sector for economic development, because Sri Lanka has been actually lagging behind its potential due to various factors over the last so many decades, I would say, compared to its neighbors of a hub, Singapore and Jebel Ali, which are massive logistics and international shipping hubs. Sri Lanka actually has lagged for many reasons, which I don't want to go through. But President believes that this has to be changed, and he has just appointed a committee. And I just received the letter of appointment from Colombo that look into this area for total reforms. So it's a location that is actually that has been spoken about in Sri Lanka for many years, and indeed Colombo Port with international partners have had a position of number 22 in the world in the container shipping, but rest of the shipping has been left out of our ports. As I go back to the earlier slides, you can see Trincomalee and Galle and Hambantota ports have not yet achieved any reasonable growth, but there's potential as we look at numbers and growth of the global economy and the regional economies. So Colombo is at number 22, and it is well connected port in the Indian subcontinent, has a good feeder service, and it is in the Pacific region, which accounts for many factors. As you can see in the screen, number of factors that give the port of Colombo and its other ports. Colombo focused on containerized cargo, Trincomalee for energy and other industrial products, and then Hambantota being a bulk port already been partially operated. So potential is very high to double actually in the medium term. That's what the government is looking at, and that's what the president wants, to open up the sector fully for investments and calling international players to bring in infrastructure. So quickly to look at it, Sri Lanka is situated in ideal location. You can see the two mega hubs in the Middle East and Southeast Asia. We are exactly about four days of sailing and 3.5 hours of flying between these two hubs. So Sri Lanka is ideally in the center of the two major hubs, and then connecting to the Indian subcontinent market with very strong feeder and air connectivity. And a lot of people don't talk about is what Sri Lanka is also time-wise, time zone-wise, is a very friendly time zone for business to take place. So this is a detailed slide about what Sri Lanka currently offers. The message here is we can double up easily within the next decade if the right policy decisions and infrastructure is taken fast. If you look at the global picture, we are living in $8 billion, $100 trillion global economy, 8 billion people, 100 trillion economy. And India is playing a key role at the middle of the picture. You can see India is among the top 5 and coming up. So obviously these numbers say that the world economy will reach between 180 to 200 trillion by 2050. And majority of it is going to be from Asia and also the developing Indian subcontinent region, with certain trade shifts happening coming towards South Asian markets. If you look at the shipping forecast, it's very clear. Again, the growth is predicted just as other trade predictions are happening. Shipping is to double nearly in terms of volumes and capacity. Compared to 1990, it is about 4 to 5 times growth is forecasted by 2050, which means there is a lot of demand for infrastructure and logistics facility to an emerging middle class, technologically driven consumer society that is changing, that will need products like e-commerce, fast delivery, which is going to be a key factor for logistics to develop in this part of the world. Again, I've looked at various models of population growth, energy growth, demand for products and services. Everything is in line for the next 30 years to double. So when you study the Indian container market itself, you can see over the last decade, container transportation has increased, volume of trade is increasing, which is a critical factor for Sri Lanka because it serves as a transshipment hub for the region. Both India and Bangladesh growth is critical for Sri Lanka because it's a catchment area for ship owners bringing cargo to the port of Sri Lanka. On the land side, my colleague who did the report with me studied intensively about domestic land developments in logistics. Key areas have been electrification of railway, redesigning of public transportation, and also the LRT project, which was cancelled by the previous regime, and now our current president is trying to renew with Japan, which is a critical factor. Actually, we lost about 5 years of that, and also the East Terminal delay. So Sri Lanka has gone backwards in the last few years due to these wrong decisions, and then the economic crisis, and of course the COVID. So the potential to develop land and rail transportation and the projects are now being renewed and revived, which means there's going to be a lot of opportunities for Indian companies for coming to Sri Lanka, as well as the Japanese, who have been always helping Sri Lanka in the port sector at the time of liberalization of the economy itself in the late 1970s. So these three parties, tri-party, I think we need, Sri Lanka need the assistance of both countries, partnerships develop. And as I said, the potential, when you look at the growth patterns in the region, the numbers, the requirements, potential for investors is very important. Right now, if you look at, you will see these are some of the infrastructure that we are already operating. There are new port access roads being built. The new roads are being built, which are halted for some time. Now they are coming on track again. The port of Colombo, of course, the port city is also part of the mega plan of the urban development in Sri Lanka, and hopefully the light rail project coming back to create the necessary infrastructure for public transportation in the country. And also the warehousing sector has been expanded. The recent investment has been coming in Colombo port for $400 million by China port operator, who is there in the port of Colombo to have a logistics center, which is probably the largest South Asia's commercial logistics hub, and the building of product.
Can you please wrap up? Oh,
yeah. So I'm just finishing 2 more slides. This is happening. So other development projects on the marine and aviation projects are going on in Sri Lanka. And the connectivity between India and Sri Lanka is very important as far as trade is concerned for the logistics industry that has been focused upon. But one of the most critical things I would like to, is my last slide, is that Sri Lanka needs a lot of support in creating the policy side, trade facilitation side, and structural reforms and competition laws to be in par with other hubs like Singapore and Dubai to compete in the region. So this is the final message I can give in 7 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rohan, for that presentation. And I'm sorry I rushed you a little bit. I will now request Sohail Kazani, Group Founder and MD, Bharat Freight Group, to make his presentation.
Yeah. Good afternoon, and thank you, BF, CII, Pathfinder, and NATSRAC for giving me this opportunity to speak. My name is Sohail Kazani. I'm the founder and managing partner of Bharat Freight. So what I'm going to speak on today is just focused on the low-hanging fruits and on those areas identified by the Pathfinder on connectivity. And I would like to do it in a little logical form, starting from south of India. From south of India, we are looking at 2 locations. One is Nagapattinam to KKS, where we are talking of a ferry service. Today, we could have that ferry service in place, which needs to serve two purposes, and this is what is critical. One side we have tourism, and the other side we have the local public going to India for the regular trade. Now, when we talk of the people from the northern province going to India, they would definitely be more price sensitive because it would be a more of a regular business for them. And anything to be regular needs to be very price competitive. And like we have in Gujarat, a similar model, where a lot of traders from small towns actually sit in the bus at night and come in the morning to Mumbai or any other metro city and go back during the evening. They sleep in the bus again and reach back in the morning at home. Now, that is a kind of service which is low speed, low cost, and a very viable form of connectivity or a mode of transport that can facilitate kind of a people-to-people connect and kind of a retail trade on a regular basis. On the other side, we have tourists that would like to have a more of a leisure and a high speed kind of an experience, try to reach in 3 hours. For that, we would like to have maybe a fast boat and maybe with a lesser capacity. So today, looking at the traffic between Nagapattinam and KKS, which is roughly around 12 to 1300 tourists per week, size of a 200-seater or a 100-seater would be viable for that. But for the regular traffic movers, which is around 1.5 million population in the northern province, look at a larger boat of like 300, 400 people, which has also a capacity to carry cargo. So a lot of ships that are plied by Inland Waterways and Shipping Corporation of India and Andaman, one of those could be also looked at mobilizing in this sector and have an immediate viable ferry come passenger come cargo service started in this region. The only two apprehensions I have out here is there's a lot of fishing happening in this area, and a lot of floating debris like nets, fishermen boats would need to be told, or some channel to be marked, or an area to be demarcated that these in this route they should be a little away, or fish in a different zone. And the second apprehension is I have, which Mr. Puneet Agarwal just mentioned about the pipeline. So whenever there's a pipeline, there's a draft restriction of 2 meters. In Bombay, we already have that problem in Avashiva, where there's a pipeline and the ships are not able to cross. So it has to be planned in conjunction with this marine board so that both can exist independently. Coming to the second region, that is the Rameshwaram, Dhanushkodi to Talaimanar. In that sector, we could also look at floating concrete jetties or the floating concrete bridges, something similar to the Ram Setu that was built in the ancient times, which could also work as a bridge that could open up and allow ships to cross as and when required. So this is a very modern thing that is happening in India. A lot of seaplane jetties and fishing harbors are made out of these floating concrete jetties. So this also could be looked at for the fishing harbors to be developed in Sri Lanka. And we could use these floating jetties to be installed to modernize the fishing activities and handle more ports and cargo. And it's expandable also. So it's not like a permanent fixture. Coming down to Trincomalee, Trincomalee is the place where I look at short shipping, small barges on a regular basis from Chennai that needs to be run on a scheduled service, because Trincomalee is well connected by rail to Colombo, to Jaffna, and these are the three places where the entire population is more or less dependent on the marketplace. So Trincomalee is an area which I feel a small a landing craft or a barge of 2,500 ton, where all various types of cargoes could be palletized, baled, and moved instantly. So this is something which does not require much development at Trincomalee or at Chennai. And this is something that can start again with some kind of warm up with the logistics and shipping sector on both sides, and a service could be planned with some government support. And lastly, I would like to come on the west side of the country, that is the Deft Island. Deft Island is just 7 to 8 nautical miles away from the mainland, and there I feel so a low cost and low speed ferries also, if they work, they can complete distances within 40 minutes to the mainland and to the other two islands north of Deft Island. And also there could be high speed ferries to give experience to the tourists also. So those are something, that is something low hanging and can be done instantly by any of the private operators. In fact, we had the privilege to do something similar in Bombay and activate the water taxi services from Bombay to Alibag, Bombay to South Bombay to North Bombay. And it was just the same distance, around 8 nautical miles. So it was pretty successful with the tourists, and the same I feel can be of a great value to the Deft Island to mainland connection. So in terms of connectivity from India to Sri Lanka and the islands I've just spoken, coming to the internal part of the country, I think the rail connectivity between Trincomalee, Jaffna and Colombo is already there. It just needs to be improvised, modernized, and part of it is already done by IRCON. But a regular and a scheduled train service is necessary to back up the ship movement of cargo at Trincomalee. Because if we just have a shipping service, but if we do not have the backup logistics supporting it equally effectively, then somewhere down the line, it may not be able to compete with Colombo. So Trincomalee has definitely its geographical advantages, but it needs to be supported by the internal logistics sector, so especially railways. So I'm talking of running a fixed train schedules once these fixed ship schedules are in place for distribution of cargo from Trincomalee to Colombo and Trincomalee to Jaffna. And other than this, as far as the road movement is concerned, I think EVs are coming in. So I think the highways are quite in place right now. They're already, Indian government has supported with more than 150 buses there. And I think the truck transport and with the new bioenergies and the new engines coming in, I think that will definitely economize and better the road transport. So nothing much to be done on that, but yes, I think I've covered the entire gamut of internal and external connectivity on Sri Lanka. Thank you.
Thank you, Rohan. We really appreciate that. You have highlighted what both of us described as low-hanging fruits. But these are projects which can be carried out very soon, within a matter of months, and that's what we need for economic revival of Sri Lanka, as also to build a case for more ambitious connectivity projects. I think we have run out of time, Pankaj. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ashok. Thank you, Mr. Kazani. Thank you very much. Just a picture, please. May I now call upon the next panelists for the session on people-to-people contact, and I would like to invite to the stage Mr. Aditya Ghosh, Chairman of the CII National Committee on Skill Development, a very successful and dynamic entrepreneur. Mr. Priyanta Fernando, who will be online, Mr. Vipula Anigasekara, Professor Siri Hittige, Professor Shishir Sinha, and Mr. Nihal Kure. May I kindly request participants and panelists to please come onto the stage. We are actually running very much behind schedule, and I believe some of the panelists have to leave. So we might just re-prioritize the speaking order, but suit yourself. Aditya, please, thank you. You're free to start.
Thank you everyone for coming in. I think we are standing between you and lunch. Well, thank you for all our guests who joined in online, and especially both on behalf of CII, Pathfinder, and myself. Welcome. So we have a full agenda through the day, but what we are going to focus on in this session is on the section of people to people connect, and the way the report has been structured is that there is a subset to that. And those subsets are around education, training, skills development, and tourism. We were just talking about air connectivity. We were just talking about logistics a short while back. So I think it's a good segue into that. I'll just read out the first few lines from the report, and Dr. Vipula is online, and he's one of the key authors to this section of the report. And it kind of sums up where we are. While people-to-people connect is something that is of crying need, but the fact is that the last give or take 1,500 days has been quite challenging for the country. All the way from the Easter Sunday bombings to COVID pandemic, and then once you're out, and then the political turmoil, and then power outages, fuel shortages, and then the outbreak of the war between Russia and Ukraine has all impacted the tourist footfall, has impacted travel. But of course, the last few months have seen a massive jump and recovery in traffic as well. So I think what I'm going to do is, maybe before we summarize the session, maybe we could go straight to the speakers. And Vipula, maybe if I can request you to start off, and we discussed yesterday that we just to make it brief and somewhat interesting and to the point, we'll stick to about 5 slides per person. And then I hope we'll have a few minutes for question and answers. But if not, then we'll just go by the ear. So Vipula, over to you. And while he's pulling up, Dr. Vanikastakera has a very versatile career, both in the private sector as well as in the government and in academia, and currently based in Colombo. Yes.
Can you see the slide?
Yes, we can see the slide. Thank you.
All right, Excellencies, Chairman of Pathfinder, yes, ladies and gentlemen, both myself and Dr. Maharaj were engaged by Pathfinders to compile this report, and we are very happy that we are forging ahead towards implementation of some aspects in whatever way possible as we move on. I got about 7 minutes, and so we'll do this as quickly as possible. So here is the sorry, excuse me. Here is a framework within which the study was conducted. Firstly, to fit into the tripartite understanding, and secondly, to emphasize the importance of the tourism industry in the current scenario of the economic situation in Sri Lanka. And thirdly, to embrace the ever-changing traveler behavior with the technological advancements such as AI-driven travel plans and customized itineraries and so on. Now, some years ago, we were talking about various tourism segments such as agri-tourism, dark tourism, MICE tourism, culinary tourism, film tourism, and these what we used to discuss at some 10 years ago. But today, we are going beyond that with identified segments such as digital nomads, leisure, staycation, safari, baby mooners, wellness seekers. The most recent segment, according to some scholars, I saw this research paper last week, there is something called sleep tourism. Sleep as a primary driver for a holiday for some tourists, especially the ones who are from the West, after going through this COVID stress and anxieties and so on. So things are changing. So we need to understand what's going on with the travelers, or rather future travelers who are aspiring to visit this destination. And these are the master plans we have had in the last several decades. And I consulted the SLTDA, or Tourism Authority chairman, and in fact, he wanted me to communicate that basically they are very much active on India and Japan, and especially Japan. They are working on this increasing the accessibility. Singapore Airlines has agreed to increase the number of flights, 4 flights a week or so. With that, I think there's more potential. And the new tourism policy has just been approved by the cabinet, and that will be out in a couple of days' time. And the tourism strategy up to 2025 will be released in 2 weeks' time, according to the chairman of SLTD. Now, we have suggested some feasible actions, out of all these master plans, and they have recommended so many things, but what we have pulled out in our report are the ones that can be implemented. For instance, we need to find out from India how the Incredible India campaign managed, or rather aligned, coordination between ministries, departments, and the corporations towards one goal. And what are the lessons to learn? Because this is one issue we have when it comes to investments, because there are so many ministries that are involved in granting approvals, and in order to expedite what kind of a course of action. So we need assistance as to how this information can be obtained. Then also, there is the tourism professionals and skilled workers are leaving the country for greener pastures. And the reasons are obviously the economic conditions in the country. So how India and Japan can help us in enhancing training facilities in Sri Lanka with a skill level qualification. Now, I will straight go into the slide connected to our recommendations in India. And we have presented medium and long-term strategies in the main report. India is our #1 market, tourism market, and India is going to be the #1 market in the future too. And now, although some might say India is a low-hanging fruit, because of the distance, because of the ability to reach out, and that is also true. But we don't believe so, because some of the high-end markets, some market niches are yet to be tapped by Sri Lanka. Let me quickly explain now. One of the things that we require from India is information on outbound travel from India, because each state will have their own statistics, and this will enable us to have, with analysis of demography, geography, psychography, and behavioral, we can have some kind of a sniper approach rather than what we do, like firing a shotgun with the road shows and taking part in travel fairs. And these are all general promotions, but we would rather look at some specific targeted promotions to activate this high-end travel. Let me give a couple of examples. Business travel. And business travel means not someone going to meet their clients or importers and exporters. These are meetings, business meetings. Now, out of 25 million visitors going out of India. Now we know at least 1.2 million Indians travel out of India simply for a meeting. It could be a board meeting, it could be an incentive travel, it could be a product launch, it could be a brainstorming session, award ceremonies, and Sri Lanka needs only 5% of that market for the next 2 years. So it's not a mission impossible, provided we do the right thing. The Indian weddings, we were doing quite well before COVID period in attracting Indian weddings, because that generates quite a percentage of revenue, because when Indians come, they stay in the same hotels and their ceremonies go on for several days. So it's quite beneficial to all the stakeholders involved in organizing Indian weddings. The other one is Ramayana. Now, when we launched Ramayana long years ago, and the one who initiated this was none other than our High Commissioner in New Delhi, when he was the Minister of Tourism at that time. In the first year itself, we attracted 20,000 Ramayana visitors who are the devotees. I mean, they are coming from various professions and various companies, but only to visit the Ramayana sites and get involved with the respective religious activity. Now, promotion, we need to reignite and reactivate the Ramayana promotion, but that has to be done in a different way, because we need to approach the temples, the trustees, the Chinmaya mission, Ramakrishna mission. So that approach is totally different. It can't be done like the tourism promotion that we do currently. So we need assistance in that way. I mean, there are a whole lot of things that we can do in India, and these are actionable recommendations, which we need to look at very seriously to reach out to the ones who can really spend a reasonable amount of money when they travel. And this is the slide for Japan, our recommendation for Japan, which I'm not going to elaborate, because I hope we will have another opportunity to do this in the next forum. And with that, I would like to say thank you, and thank you very much for the opportunity. And if you have any questions, we would love to respond to them and clarify things that which my presentation did not cover. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was really succinct and very precise. Thank you very much. We'll probably take the questions towards the end. So let me now invite Professor Hetige from the University of Colombo. He is a senior professor of sociology at the University of Colombo, and he was also the former president of the Sri Lanka Sociological Association. So maybe we can go over to Professor Hetige. We can see your slide.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, this presentation is also under people contact, but we know that education is more broader. I mean, it's much broader than people-to-people contact, and in fact, in economic, discussions, we know that human resource development is very much connected to education. But from a broader sociological perspective, I would say that education impinges on almost everything that we discuss when we meet at a forum like this. So in that sense, I would like to basically use my little time given to me to give a broad perspective on this area, and we can also talk about how we could make use of education to facilitate the kind of development that we would like to promote in Sri Lanka through bilateral collaboration, but also, of course, through various policy interventions in Sri Lanka itself. Now, as you all know, education has been one of the key areas of public policy after independence. And in fact, we had a major breakthrough when we introduced universal free education. But on the other hand, education, like any other sector, has been very much affected by the changes that have taken place in Sri Lanka, particularly policy changes. And we have seen over the last 4 decades a major transformation of the education sector. I think that transformation has been both positive and also it has had certain negative outcomes, and I think those are areas that we would like to really address through policy interventions in collaboration with our partner countries. Can I have the next slide, please? Now, since the time is very limited, I felt that it might be better to do a listing of issues so that we know what we have to really address as we move forward in order to address the issues that are very relevant for development and public welfare, not only development and public welfare, but also for various other concerns that we have arising out of climate change and also, of course, globalization in every sense of the term. Now, one area that really comes out very strongly in the case of Sri Lanka is growing educational inequality. In fact, we had a system which was very equitable and which was very much driven by, let's say, substantive values of equality of opportunity, justice, and so on and so forth. But of course, education has come under the influence of market forces, and that naturally has given rise to major inequalities within the education sector. Now, that certainly is a concern for us because it generates a lot of tension in the country, both across different layers of society and also across different segments of population in the country. Now, the scope of public education, I think, is very important because it cannot be discussed in terms of human resource development, skill development, and so on and so forth. Those are very important from a point of view of social advancement for individuals and various social groups, but also from the point of view of addressing the other issues that we are confronted with. Now, the other, of course, area is the curricula that we have to really make use of in order to address, some of the issues. Now, the recommendations that I have listed here very much correspond to the issues that I listed in my previous slide. Now, I think in any sector, development depends very much on policies. Therefore, it is absolutely necessary that we professionalize and rationalize the policy-making process. That there are, of course, various institutions that can facilitate that process, but on the other hand, there is a need to take a very firm policy decision to make education, a sector where rational policy-making based on evidence is very critical. Now, one major area that we have to address through policy change is, minimizing structural inequalities that we have in the country arising out of educational inequalities. I'll just give you an example. Now, public investment in education has declined in Sri Lanka from about 3% in the 70s to about 1.5% in recent decades. Now, that I think is a major change that had a huge impact on the education. So in other words, inequalities between rural and urban areas have widened, and as a result, the private education sector has expanded rapidly, particularly in urban areas. Now, this, of course, is a major political issue because there are many kind of arguments about increasing educational inequality. And the other area, of course, is science education. As we all know, if you take the two countries that we are talking about, India and Japan, science and technology have been a major focus, not just the last few decades, but from the time of, from the 1940s onwards, and we all know that. But whereas in the case of Sri Lanka, we have not been able to mainstream science education in the secondary school system. We have still about only a third of the secondary schools having the facilities for providing science education in the country. Now that I think has major implications that I don't have to talk about it. As you know, science is considered, not only a major opportunity for us to really, promote economic development, but also, to promote communication and also, of course, even to, change the worldview. I mean, scientific literacy is so important in modern societies to address, various issues. And I think if the population is not scientifically literate, you will have various problems. Now, the tension between science and religion actually is very, very significant in the case of Sri Lanka, because science has been pushed to the background and religion has really emerged as a major factor influencing the thinking and even action on the part of people. So here we have to really figure out how to really strike a balance between science and religion, not just within the education system, but also in other areas of public discourse. Now, one other,
Professor, I request another 2 minutes, maybe.
Yeah, please. I will not go. I will not go through each and every one of these recommendations. But let me come to the last slide. I think sorry that yeah. So I think there was another one earlier. Okay, I think this is not the actually the set of slides that I circulated yesterday. But anyway, that's okay. Well, but what I have given in my last slide is a recommendation that we figure out, how we could, draw from the experiences of the two countries, India and Japan, in order to make use of the education system in Sri Lanka to address not only development issues, but also a plethora of other issues. Like, for instance, Sri Lanka has been plagued by so many social, political, and cultural issues, and these are actually issues that could have been addressed through education system. But what happened in this country was that education became just a means to an end. I mean, it's the instrumental values have basically influenced the education system in a very big way, and therefore the substantive values that would have guided education development in Sri Lanka have fallen by the wayside. Now that has really given rise to so many problems that we are talking about, lack of social cohesion. I mean, we have gone through huge conflict, and this is very much related to identity politics and how, from where do we get the identities that we are talking about? And actually, it is the education system. We have one of the most segregated education systems in the region in terms of language, in terms of ethnicity, and even in terms of religion. So when you have a segregated education system, really providing guidance to, let's say, the younger generations, naturally, you will produce, parochial, monolingual communities, and that certainly has been a major issue in Sri Lanka, influencing, various developments, including the present crisis that we are going through. And therefore, education certainly has a very major role to facilitate recovery from this particular crisis. So while I certainly acknowledge the contributions made by all the other speakers, pointing out, the need to develop various sectors, I think education should be considered a very major area for us to focus attention on, because we will not only make use of education for achieving economic development and public welfare, we will also make use of education to address whole range of other issues that we are confronted with that certainly prevent us from ultimately achieving.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Could I now ask Mr. Nihal Kure to join in? He's the advisor to the Board of Trustees of the Asia Pacific Roundtable on Sustainable Consumption and Production, and they focus on the SDGs 12 and 17. Mr. Kure, over to you.
Okay.
Thank you. This particular section was prepared by for the Pathfinder Foundation by myself and my colleague Sena Benis. So basically, next slide, please. Actually, I have. Can I use my short slide presentation because this is a longer one?
Yeah, this is going actually. It happened to me. Actually. I already redrafted the whole thing yesterday and circulated it, and that would have helped, Yeah, but
Mr. Kure, what I would suggest is that then you can just kind of in brief give your summary of your recommendations maybe and jump to that, because we all have access to the report and that will be also in the interest of time.
Okay. Okay. Let me try to basically for any economic transformation, I think the skills development and training is a very, very important sector. And basically, in this particular section, we have selected three particular areas. One is the light engineering sector, because even the Sri Lanka Export Development Board has realized the potential of light engineering sector for exports and ecotourism, and also the plastic industry with a view with high value-added products, and also to make plastic industry with a view to producing high value-added products, and also to develop the plastic waste management sector. So basically in this presentation, with respect to what we can get from India and what we can learn from India, we concentrate on the light engineering as well as the plastic sector. So one important thing about the light engineering sector is that we need to assess the skills development capacity in the country, because if you take the whole country, I think from cottage industry to MSMEs, light engineering sector plays a very key role it's a key player in all the sectors which you can think of, including logistics or construction, service sector, So I think that we have to have a very vibrant light engineering sector. And also, as of recent times, that we have experienced that we have a big, fairly serious problem about like repair and maintenance, with people to repair and maintenance. So the skills development in this area is very important. For example, recently we have experienced major problems in the area of medical equipment maintenance, and also other essential services such as even power stations, etc. Then with regard to light engineering sector, I think we need exposure for our people who are engaged, especially in India. We can learn a lot. For example, even the use of indigenous green energy sources such as biogas, and also enhance the knowledge and in the IT applications, because we are also looking at like going industry 4.0, which means that we need people to be trained in certain skills to achieve this. And also, again, as I said about the maintenance part, and also upgrade our foundry and blacksmithing, which is a very important sector, basic sector in the light engineering sector. So especially with regard to facilitating circular economy, which we are really looking forward to. With regard to the plastics industry, I think we have a very concrete proposal for India to establish a technical institute like the CPET, Central Institute of Petrochemical Technology, CPET, on a suitable business model for Sri Lanka. So because we need services such as like
technology support and consulting services in design and especially use of tooling. And also they're very important to fill the skills and knowledge gap in the mold and die industry, because mold and die industry is a very important sector to develop plastic industry as well as other lighting sector. So, and also to undertake R&D in plastic subsectors, even to develop synthetic rubber and develop composites and also biodegradable polymers. So we have a fairly big potential in these areas. And also using circular economy approach to manage increasing environmental problems by adapting better waste management technologies, looking at high-tech applications and where the waste becomes a feedstock rather than a waste. So basically, there are other measures that we have discussed in our report, but because of lack of time, I just want to highlight one area which is which I said, the student exchange program with Japanese and Indian universities, and also to set up a model recycling industrial estate for value addition, and also establish a model processing facility for demonstration and training purpose. And I think the last one is also very important, is to setting up, actually we have common service centers, but I think we can learn a lot from Indian experience of how common service centers can really facilitate MSMEs in all around Sri Lanka. So I think this is a very brief update about what we have discussed in our report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then, since we were talking about CIPET, maybe I can invite Professor Shishir Sinha, who's the Director General of CIPET, to then take on from him.
Good afternoon, and thank you, CII, for inviting me for this particular conclave. And literally, I mean, from my core of heart, I thanks Professor Kure. I think what we are looking for, I mean, fortunately, he represented the same. Now, since some of you are not aware about the activities of the CIPET, so it's my firm duty to give you a brief outline that what we are doing. And since I'm having less time, that is almost 5 minutes, I'm going to complete this thing. So I am Director General CIPET, Shishir Sinha, Central Institute of Petrochemical Engineering and Technology. It's a baby of Ministry of Chemicals and Fertilizer, Government of India. Next, please. Now, CIPET was started way back in 1968 by the Ministry of Industrial Affairs, and then we carried out a lot of journey, and we are believing in the concept of STAR, that is skilling, technical services, academics, and research. And nowadays, we are a self-sustained body. Government of India is providing only for the planned expenditure, rest other things we are doing on own. So that means you can see that what is the acceptance of the society, acceptance of CIPET among the society and industries. Next, please. Now we have got pan-India presence, and we are having 46 institutions across country with the 3 beautiful research centers and 31 skill development centers. So we are pioneer, and you name anything related to the plastics and the petrochemical, we are having the things for you. Next, please. And this is our academic and skilling profile. I think if Professor Kore is listening, then this is, you can see it's a very interesting thing for you, because we are the only institution in India we offering level 1 to 10 programs in the skill development. So we are having 37 skill development training program in our portfolio with the 2 diploma, 2 PG diploma, and 4 undergraduate programs related to the plastics and petrochemical. And apart from this, we are having sizable number of postgraduate programs, and 4 programs, they are NBA accredited. So you see that we are having 1 to 10 NSQF ranked programs. Next, please. And these are some of the glimpses of our skilling programs that you name from 16 hours to 960 hours program, plus 6-month program, certification program, plus diploma programs. All these things are in our portfolio. Next, please. And you see that because I told you that we are self-sustained body. So from where the money comes? Money comes from various sponsors, and all of our programs are sponsored by various PSUs and different organizations. state government organization, and very few from the private sector. So you see that we are having very close interface with the industry, and they are having regular monitoring of on the efficacy of all these programs. Next, please. And since we are the pioneer in skilling, and you see that almost 90,000 skilled persons being produced by the CPET every year. So you can see what is the impetus of this skill program in the country. And then 95% of these skilled manpower being engaged by the various industries. And since we believe in the overall personality development, that's why we constituted so many student clubs so that because the communication is skill, personality development, all these can be engaged. So you can say everything, every flower in the basket. Next, please. Now see, Professor Kure has asked about the plastic waste management, because we cannot avoid the plastics in our day-to-day affair. Without plastic, look, people are asking about that no plastic, but it should be KNOW plastic rather than no plastic. So because you see that waste plastic has become the buzzword nowadays, and everybody in the society and everybody, they are talking about that. Do we have any replacement of the plastics? Trust me, there is no replacement as of now. So how to manage, how to deal? Can you go back to the previous one? Yeah. So how to deal with the plastics, waste plastics especially. So we have carried out, and because our ministry is very much concerned about this socio-economic factor, and that's why we used to organize so many workshops related to the plastic waste management. And I hope that you are aware about the plastic waste management rules, single-use plastics, EPR, and all those things. So we used to carry out all kind of plastic waste management workshops for different industry people, as well as so all aspects of the society. Next, please. Now, since I was just surfing, I joined the CPET almost 1.5 years ago after from IIT Roorkee. I'm a professor of chemical engineering at IIT Roorkee. So then I was surfing that, do we have any kind of overseas connection? So the connection with the Sri Lanka was started way back in 2005. And reason unknown, it was truncated way back in 2016. So right now, because one more thing which in connection with Professor Kure, I'd like to highlight that we are going to set up 4 plastic waste management centers in the country. Apart from this, we are having the presence of 34 locations across country, and we are going to institute the plastic waste management setup in every CPET in next couple of years. And we are having a good technology for this plastic waste management. And these 4 centers, Varanasi, Mysuru, Sanand, and Bhagalpur, these centers will be a demonstration center. So in case if Sri Lankan counterpart, they are willing to have a close association with the CPET, I invite him, and we are open for all kind of exchange, because we are pioneer in the academics related to the field of the plastic and petrochemical. We are having very good research centers at Bangalore, Bhubaneswar, and Chennai, and we are very close to Sri Lanka, and trust me. So, and our head office is situated in Chennai. So if they are interested, we are very much open. They can come forward, and we can also join hand together, so that we can see that what are the opportunities they are seeing in the Indian context, and also we can approach to the Indian Sri Lankan counterpart, so that we can nurture the society in a better way. Next, please. So this is my last slide. A lot of things need to be done, but we are just, I told you that we believe in the STAR concept. So the skilled nation, and because we are pioneer in the technical services, so customer delight, and different type of, you can say, the academic activities and R&D. There are beautiful technologies being developed by the CPET, and they are well known in terms of biodegradable and other things. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
There's any questions?
Sure. Thank you to all the panelists. Maybe I can just start off with, because we were talking about started off by talking about tourism, air transport, skills development, etc. You know, when you look at statistics from 2009 to 2018, if you look at tourist arrivals into Sri Lanka, it grew 6x from 400,000 arrivals a year to 2.3 million arrivals a year in a matter of just 10 years. But the interesting thing is, revenue from those customers grew 12x from about $350 million to over $4.3 billion. So you can imagine that not only did the number of arrivals go up, but the kind of tourists who were coming, how much they were spending, had such a huge positive impact. And if you look at the last few years as an aberration, that only means that it is very possible to come back and join that trajectory back again. And I guess that's why the government of Sri Lanka has set up a goal of getting to 10 million arrivals by 2025, and so therefore, if it grew 6x during a sort of a subdued decade, then it's not impossible to see that it could grow 2.5x in the next few years. Clearly, India plays India has a symbiotic relationship. Let's call it that. Ambassador, you've of course served in some very important neighboring countries, and I kind of look back to 2000, I think 8 or 9. I was at that time leading INDIGO, the airline, and we used to send our airplanes for maintenance to Singapore. And we were the first airline to move all our C checks to Colombo, to Sri Lanka, because it was better quality, it was faster turnaround, it was cheaper, and better skills. And this was 14 years ago, 15 years ago. And of course, INDIGO then became the largest customer for the Sri Lankan MRO. So even while India was struggling to get its act together on the maintenance and repair and overhaul facilities in India, even for something as complicated as airplanes, Sri Lanka was several years ahead and competing and winning against established players like Singapore Engineering. Then we look at skills development and education. I think Professor was pointing out how what Sri Lanka did in the education sector from the 50s to the 70s, where there was free education for all, had a huge impact on the kind of skills that was available for a country of only 12 million people. So therefore, Sri Lanka is naturally punching above its weight. And the reason I point these out is that while we today talk in a particular context to see how India and Japan can support and assist Sri Lanka, I think I'd also say with a lot of humility that countries like India can also learn from Sri Lanka. And that is what creates a very, that's what creates the sort of a level playing field, a common context for the people-to-people connect that we are talking about. In CII, at the Skills Development Committee, we are trying to develop various centers of excellence across the country. And we too see the same opportunity or challenges, depending on how we look at it, for a country as large a country like India, as to how do we create talent that can be exported to other parts of the world. And I think that is something that Sri Lanka can probably adopt straight away. Because we would be sticking our head into the sand if we think that the geographical boundaries of Sri Lanka will create so many new job opportunities and so many new, employment opportunities that everybody will be absorbed there. The export of talent the export of skill, especially given the fact that there is an English-speaking, underlying English-speaking skills available in both these countries. In fact, I think some of my colleagues from CII will tell you that CII has facilitated the export of Indian skilled talent, whether it is in shipbuilding, painting, etc., in manufacturing, to Japan, to Scandinavia, as part of our ongoing engagements. So I wouldn't be surprised if Sri Lanka did the same with large businesses in India, because we in India, and I am now speaking as an entrepreneur, as a businessman in India, I think one common refrain, if you go to any CEO in India, is there is a shortage of talent. And that basically means that there is that much opportunity for a neighboring country, which is only a 45 minutes flight from Bangalore, for instance. Similarly, in light engineering, we were talking about plastics, fruits and vegetables, when they go from the farm to retail, 40% of loss happens there in a country like Sri Lanka. So that basically means, again, the developments that India has seen in logistics, in cold chain, maybe that has an application in Sri Lanka. With, of course, the help of the cutting edge manufacturing that happens in Japan, for instance. I would also now go back to air connectivity. I often get calls or requests or around how do you build another airline in Sri Lanka. I met some young entrepreneurs who are running Fitzair and a few other things like that. But rather than looking at a country like India and trying to see whether there can be an Indigo or an Akasa or a Vistara in Sri Lanka, I think Sri Lanka, given its geographical positioning, and also recognizing the fact that the underlying market is fairly small, it should look at long-haul international travel. It should look at connectivity into the Middle East. It can look at it being a midpoint between Southeast Asia and the Middle East. Because if you look at the next 5-10 years, the Indian carriers, by and large, will be focused either on the domestic market that we currently have, or the really ultra long-haul market. Airports like Singapore, airports like Dubai are completely choked. There are no slots available. That is what gives opportunities to airports like Navi Mumbai or Jewar or Kannur or Colombo or Jaffna as opportunities, as to sort of ride that wave that moves from Southeast Asia to the Middle East. Because I think right now we need solutions that can bring in money and opportunities in the next few years itself. Because then that, the sort of flywheel starts moving. Small and medium enterprises has seen a dramatic increase in India. The reason for that is not that it was something new. India has been a country of traders. We have had small and medium enterprises and shopkeepers all around. We've had a very rich history in trade. But what has happened in the last few years is three things. More affordable technology, cheaper broadband and data, and third, most importantly, is affordable working capital. When we look at small and medium enterprises, and I think it's the same with Sri Lanka, the cost of working capital for small and medium enterprises is actually almost 2x or 2.5x, sometimes 3x of what a large company pays to the banks. That's because the risk profile is high. But today, with the use of better technology, with the use of artificial intelligence, the risk profile of borrowers can be brought down. And that's why the fintech business, the fintech industry is making a beeline for small and medium enterprises as well as micro enterprises. So unlocking that affordable capital, investing in cheaper data availability, going from straight away from landline to becoming a mobile first country, and the use of technology is probably what will increase, economic opportunities in various parts of the country and not just be in these two major hubs. And lastly, I think Vipula was asking about Incredible India. So Incredible India campaign started at the same time that we started Indigo, and we had the same common advertising agency and creative minds. Right? When Mr. Kant was in Kerala, I was the CEO over here. The interesting thing about Incredible India is that it actually started off not as some manufacturing movement. It started off simply as a branding exercise. And I think the very interesting thing that the government did at that time, and they said is, here is a great tagline, here is a great logo, now you are free to use it. We are not going to tell you how to use it. That democratization of the use of that suddenly meant that everybody started using it. And of course, then the government actually did some specific campaigns in some large cities around the world, in Washington, DC, and New York, etc., to start building this sort of brand around India. And then the state governments followed, whether it is like God's own country or whether it is something else, those states followed. So what I would suggest, the learning out of that is, like as Vipula was asking, not so much what they did to make sure everybody came in. Actually, they did the opposite. Here it is, you want to use it under these guidelines, please go ahead and use it. And private enterprise then sort of exploded. The same thing is happening in higher education in India. Today, some of the best universities in India are private universities, are liberal arts universities, whether it's the Azim Premji University, whether it's Flame, whether it is Jindal or Ashoka. And they are all crowd-funded. They're not owned by one person. But that also means that there is then greater opportunity to reach out to collaborations with other parts of the world, etc. So I thought I'll just kind of give a summary of what we discussed. We might have just maybe about 5-10 minutes for Q&A. So maybe we'll open up the floor into the audience over here first, and anybody who's online can just raise your hand and we can take it. Or Ambassador Saran, while people are raising their hands, if you wanted to just share your remarks and before we go.
No, I mean, I think what you've just said is absolutely fantastic. I think an excellent presentation. Let me just say, for full disclosure, that Aditya is also the founder of Akasa Air, unless you inferred that from what he said. So it's extraordinary. And he, at this age, is actually leading the aviation revolution in India. But I think on this particular session, and I'd like to summarize the whole conference later on, but on this particular session, this actually goes to the heart of a lot of what both countries are trying, and one of the speakers was passionate about the role of education and skill development as the foundational basis for any nation's progress. It's not just hard figures and so on, but it's that invisible which actually makes or breaks a country. But I see a question already. So
I think there's a question from something which says Pathfinder Foundation. So yes, Professor, we were talking about you, so I'm glad you're back. In terms of the importance of education and STEM, and I know you have in your own report focused on STEM a lot.
They're talking to you, Professor. You can talk. You can.
Can I come in?
Please do.
Yeah, why I wanted to come back. I mean, I sent a revised PowerPoint presentation, but it was not available at your end, and as a result, actually, I was completely lost. What I did was to basically sort of corresponding to the issues that I identified. I identified, medium-term and long-term recommendations, and then I also at the end highlighted the need to really initiate program that would really bring the three countries together in terms of exchange of experiences and ideas in the pertaining to this particular area, and that's education. For instance, I just give you a few examples. I propose some medium-term, steps that we should take. Like, for instance, the need to develop, a rational education policy, in order to address the issues that have really emerged as a result of the mismanagement of the education system. And then also, to initiate, certain, measures that would really address this massive, educational inequality that we are seeing in Sri Lanka. So the point is that unless you address these issues, you will not be able to really, address the tensions that arise out of, these inequalities. Because as you know, education is something that everybody is interested in order to really make their situation better. But when they realize that the opportunities are so unequally distributed, that generates tension. And in fact, that is exactly what we are seeing today in Sri Lanka, and not just today. And then, of course, we need to really address, the issue of preschool education. Preschool education is so important, but in fact, it is not part of, our education system. So it is basically fallen by the wayside. As you know, you, through preschool education, create a level playing field in a country which is highly unequal in terms of, income distribution, rural-urban disparities, and so on and so forth. So I think it is important that we address some of these issues. And then the mainstreaming science education, I think, is so critical in Sri Lanka, because it's not just to address the issue of scientific illiteracy that we have among many people in the country, but also to really, get younger people interested in science and technology, so that they would not be just looking for a qualification that would help them to get a job, particularly in the public sector and so on. And then also,
Professor, I request. I have a question.
Sorry, I'm very sorry to have taken time, but I thought I wanted to come back because I think it is important that we really address these issues. So I will stop here. I'm very sorry.
We have a question from the audience. I'll just take that as well. So.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, sorry, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm General Anand. I'm from the US. A quick question to you, actually. And everything starts because unless the connectivity comes to everything else, it doesn't seem to fall into place. I've discussed this with Ambassador Saran also, so it harks back to something we came together on. All this requires a huge amount of capital, and it requires a lot of people to come together, because infrastructure brings together various kinds of people with skills or companies with different backgrounds. So if you need a port, you need somebody to bring in a railroad behind it. You need some shipping to come over there. You need a big investment coming into it. So going by today's topic, Japan coming in with the money, the company is coming in from India, maybe a few Sri Lankans. We still need to cobble together a consortium. And to put that consortium together, you need someone who has a vision, who actually has not just the vision, but the capability to bring them together. So how are we going to cobble together these consortiums, and where does the government come into this?
Thank you, Janan. I don't know if I have the answer, kind of formula for it, but I'll share a couple of examples where it's working. Let me first talk about air connectivity, because that's somewhat between ports and railways, etc. Air connectivity is somewhat easier, actually, even though it looks a little bit more difficult, but actually somewhat easier, because you don't need, other than the airport as such, you don't need any other major like surrounding infrastructure. Secondly, usually it's the central governments who determine it, and it's not state sort of governments or authorities who get involved. So I'll give you a couple of examples. One, I think, as any good businessman or entrepreneurs, we follow where the money is. And as long as there is underlying traffic, the flights and the connectivity, and then followed by that, the cargo facilities, etc., just follow. I'll give you an example of an airport like Ras Al Khaimah in the UAE. Little known, emirate, good beach, but there was nothing much else happening. In 2026, they're going to open up the first casino in the Middle East. So now 40 hotels are coming up. Air connectivity has started. Indigo is flying several times a day. SpiceJet is flying several times a day. Cargo, Russian carriers are flying, and so on and so forth. So that, I think, the very fact that the country, and I'm not talking about Sri Lanka, where there's going to be this massive amount of development to recover from the past 3 years, I think these will follow. Second is, I think we had a colleague from Adani. Adani airports, I know, are looking at assets overseas. GMR had looked at assets overseas. So there is possibly, something, that's going to be possible there. So, and then the other example that I wanted to give was for Nepal. And Ambassador Saran will, of course, have a much deeper view on it. But Nepal, for instance, trading or transport of hydroelectric power, the Indians are now investing heavily there because and competing with the Chinese interests in Nepal. Right. So I feel that as long as there is some underlying political stability in terms of saying, and which exists today, where the government says, we want to collaborate. And on top of that, there is an economic opportunity. The rest of it will very quickly follow. But sessions like this become very important in trying to, I think, bring home the opportunity. Because an entrepreneurial organization is saying, should I invest in Almaty or should I invest in Colombo? So these sort of, and not to sound cute about it, but this kind of people to people connect, I think, makes a big difference in terms to give us the confidence and to also say the opportunity is existing. So whoever goes at it. G.
Governments govern where you need consistent.
Yeah.
And they have to be, I mean, they can give us a lot of concessional financing when you put 2-3 people together. But there's usually a lot of reluctance for government to interact with a loose consortium.
And I don't
How do we get over these problems?
And I think, sir, today India is flush with capital, to be honest. I don't think capital or concessional capital is any more required. I think if any one of us go to the government for money, they'll say, get lost. And rightfully so. We've got so many other priorities in life. But I think the government comes in trying to create how should I say, a stability or a continuity around policy, and a stability or continuity around whether, investing in this country and putting assets there will be something that is in the largest strategic interest of the country. So I think that's how we look at it.
One question.
Yes, we have one question.
Dr. Gupta. Yes. Quickly, I will just add. Good afternoon. I am Dr. Naresh Bana from Indo-Lanka Chamber. Firstly, I would just add on to the currency and the project financing. Because of the political risk which exists there, the currency risk is also quite high. And for that, Sri Lanka today would need more of, not that certainly is required, but more of confidence building, the guarantee by multilateral institutions or the international financial institutions, as well as development of their internal capital markets and other products, so that the project financing happens primarily through local currency. And that is because these are long term, and that's why the risk will be minimized. Currency risk will be minimized. All those 4 or 5 strategies for hedging can continue for whatever. The second thing which I thought, I have not read the report, it's about the Trincomalee. Trincomalee to be developed as a maritime hub. And there's a huge scope for offshore onshore services. And some of them I have listed is the construction of berthing facilities for quayside layups, for servicing and repair of rigs, offshore assets, providing mooring facilities by using mooring buoys for berthing of work or layup vessels, construction of repair workshops, stacking facilities, storage on land, and design center to provide structural and process design center. These are already going on at some scale, and they're expecting by 2025, $125 million worth of revenue will come, but it has a huge potential.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Gupta.
Just wanted to reinforce a point made earlier about this consortium. See, Sri Lanka is coming out of crisis. It will take some time for it to come out of it. There will be a funding issue. And this report, as well as the joint vision document, they very clearly identify the sectors. And we have heard that Trincomalee, etc., pipeline, ferries, all that is now saying is already identified. And of course, people-to-people contact, this particular sector, the session also identified a few sectors. But where is that consortium approach? All of you are going alone. What role can CII play in this? You said, where the money is, the sector will, the industry will go. There may not be money, at least for some time. Sri Lanka is just coming out of the crisis. But opportunities, the window of opportunity is short. And there's another country, we know who, and they are also looking at it. We talked about Japan today, but actually nothing much came out of how Japan can really help. It's all about India and Sri Lanka. So probably that's the reality, and that's how it should be also. So what is the role and responsibility of Indian industry? Now, I am asking this question because you are also in the CIA as a CII committee. You have to think of that consortium approach, which means that if you are developing a Trincomalee today, and so there is a jetty, there is a Sampur solar power plant, there is industrial hub which is coming, there is a tourism potential. And if you talk to the governor of the province, he talks about schools, he talks about education, there's also health. There's so many things. But our industry is not there. And a few that were there, there is of course a few industries, I think 60, 70 Indian companies are there. They can be of great help to the CII. The president told us that CII should be there. CII is not there. So how will this consortium approach work? And once you have consortium, then you will have some bargaining power with the Sri Lankan government, with the Indian government, and with the Sri Lankan businessmen, etc. So I entirely support this approach, but how will it work and how do we operationalize it? That's something for the industry to think. If you have some comments, that will be great.
No, I think it has. I think some countries around the world there has been at least some coordinated approach into investing into those countries, and you're right. Sri Lanka probably requires us to then look at, and this is part of the CII International Desk's job to look at these opportunities and present it to everybody. Yeah, I agree with you there.
Let's think if the CIA itself should, as a chamber, and of course you should talk to them. We're talking about India. We're not talking about one investor. We're not talking about one sector. We're talking about India, and we're talking about geopolitics here. Sri Lanka is Sri Lanka, but also it's a neighbor. It has its own importance. So Indian industry also needs to take a strategic view. Otherwise, I don't know how we are going to. Individual opportunities, yes, but as a country, all of you know, for one tender, there will be 10 Chinese companies who would come, and that's how they come. They're coming in droves.
Yeah.
And where is Indian drove? And you were saying there is a surplus of capital here. Then I think we should really be thinking about this. So we have to change our approach and strategy.
The reality of life is that for most Indian capital, the Indian market is so much more return giving that, I mean, that is a reality. So one has to remember that. Yeah, but you know, you to expect an industry to say I'll get a 15% return in India and I'll get a 7% return somewhere else and I'll go to the 7% return, that's not going to happen. It will not happen. It never has happened. So from a geopolitical strategy point of view, Indian businesses have done it. They have coordinated with the government and invested in certain countries around the world in certain areas. So
that's why we're looking at this as a.
Yeah, that's right.
It has to be a mix.
It has to be a mix. Okay. Thank you.
So with that, maybe we conclude this
Thank you so
session.
much.
I want to thank you,
My
Aditya,
pleasure.
Dr. Professor Sinha, and all the other panelists from Sri Lanka. And so let me just try to wrap this up. We have come to the end of the event, and I want to say that I'm sure all of you will agree that it was an extremely rich discussion. It was a 360-degree view of the subject at hand. And I think the last 5 minutes of the exchanges between Dr. Arvind Gupta and Aditya actually are the kernel of the whole problem. That do you talk about a geostrategic subsidy, for example, which government should be giving because of the problem he has mentioned, which is real. But I think we've touched only the surface of the issue. But I think for me, this is a good opportunity and a good example of 360-degree engagement between industry, the strategic community, the Sri Lankan side, which had multiple stakeholders present from government, private sector, professors, and I would only say that I think we really appreciate Sri Lanka's turn towards India, if I can put it that way. If the crisis has created an opportunity and a rethink in Sri Lanka about India and the opportunities India holds, then it's great. Because I think India offers a vast opportunity for Sri Lanka. And this is something which, as Dr. Gupta said, the window is not infinite, it is limited. So I'm glad industry is here because you're getting a sense of the strategic angle. And we, on the other hand, are getting a sense of the, the dollars and cents and the real stuff that decides decisions. So I want to thank Pathfinder Foundation for reposing such faith in NatStrat. I want to thank the VIF for the all-out support, without which this event would not have been possible. So thank you so much, Arvind and Dr. General Ravisani. I want to thank all the distinguished participants on the panel, the audience, our distinguished former ambassadors, media, and everyone who has chosen to attend. I want to thank our Japanese colleagues also for attending. And with these few words, a great pleasure in inviting you for lunch. It's a little delayed, but the lunch is still hot and warm. So please, you're most welcome.
Yes. Yes.
First introduction of the CIO. So they are